Okay, hi guys, welcome to Fox Live. I'm Fox Live. We're going to bring you right away to a breaking situation in UK Parliament. We are hearing about reports of shots fired that's outside of the Parliament. Later we're going to bring you some special guests, and of course the Neil confirmation hearings date. But for now, this is the most important. Let's bring you there right now. Take a look.
In the opposite direction, as police were trying to expel them as quickly as possible out of the area, including dozens of workers who were working on the road around Parliament Square. Then as they were starting to plastic tape to keep the area safe, we started hearing the blades of a helicopter, and we saw a red air ambulance land in Parliament Square just as the first information was coming out of what had occurred on Westminster Bridge. And we seem to be getting information from people who are on the bridge where it appears that mounting the pavement and trying to mow people down, and then also from journalists who were inside Parliament who saw the attack, as we understand it, on a policeman by the knifeman who was then shot dead. Now you see the chaotic aftermath such as this, with tourists wandering around, looking fairly bemused, as you can see, as police try to seal off the area, and the press now being pushed right back to a Vauxhall Bridge, trying to keep this area as clear as possible, presumably to allow those emergency vehicles and police to get in there as quickly and as safely as possible. I'll throw it back to you now. I don't have communications with the studio.
Robert, thanks very much. I just want to stress at this point that there is a huge amount of material that's coming in. You can imagine this is an area that is an absolute media hub with mobile phones, pictures, journalists, holidaymakers, office workers, civil servants, all the rest of it. Some of it is, I think, reasonable to say, distressing, and I want to warn you about the picture we're about to show you. We think it may help tell part of the story that's emerging. This is a still image. Simply showing somebody straight on the ground before medical attention has reached them. We've partly blurred the image, but we think it may help explain part of what's been happening on Westminster Bridge itself, River Thames, just at the top of the frame, as you see it. If memory serves, part of Westminster Bridge, just as it abuts the Palace of Westminster complex itself. Whether that's an individual who's been hit by a fast-moving vehicle, or perhaps somebody who was seeking to jump out of the way, moving vehicle, taken in the moments before emergency services arrive. They are there in great numbers.
If you're just joining us here on Sky News, there has been a serious incident outside the Houses in London. Correspondent David Bowden is here with us in the studio. David, just remind us of the facts as we know them now.
Well, we have what appear to be two separate incidents, but we have from a contact, a affairs correspondent, an official source, saying that the two incidents are probably linked, because it looks as though a man described again as a middle-aged man armed with a knife, some 7 or 8 inches long. It appears drove a four-wheel drive vehicle across Westminster Bridge, mounted the pavement, ploughed a number of people. Another witness told us anywhere between 8 and 10 people that he had lying on the ground, injured. Then drove the same vehicle we now believe into the railing of the Palace of Westminster, which is literally just round the corner, and attempted to get into the actual grounds of the Palace of Westminster itself. He was stopped by police officers. He stabbed a police officer, and then he himself was shot and is now injured. Both the police officer who was knifed by this man attended to by paramedics, as is the assailant who was shot by other police officers. Now, whether or not this is the timeline as it unfolded, or whether as we heard from another witness, there was potentially two separate events, and one of the men who was driving this vehicle got out got out, attempted to run away, and was fired at by police. They may well, in fact, be the same person. They may be two separate individuals. If they're the same person, it looks as though this situation is now contained because that person is injured, has been shot, tended to by paramedics. If there were two people, then potentially a second person is still out there on the run. I stress this is unfolding as we speak. Clearly, it is a major incident. Clearly, a number of people have been injured at the very least. And again, we get this idea. If it does turn out to be a terror attack, that essentially low-tech can become very high impact. Has happened, of course, in both Nice and Berlin, in other places.
David Bowden, in terms of what's happening in Parliament, Parliament has now been suspended for the day. We also know that the Prime Minister and the Chancellor are both safe. The Prime Minister was in Parliament when it happened.
We can talk to backbencher, who I think Prime Minister has been taking the Minister's questions, chamber, 4 p.m. queues, Andrew Bridgen, MP joins us now. Andrew Bridgen, welcome to you. What did you see?
Well, we were just on a division of the Lord's amendments to the Pensions Bill, the first of a series of votes. I was actually very close to going through the lobby voting just behind the Prime Minister. And the first I realised something was happening when the security detail, we knew we had a series of votes. The Prime Minister moved away very quickly. She was taken to her car in Speaker's Courtyard, and then the security detail got their automatic weapons out, moved off, and then moved the Prime Minister out of Parliament by the House of Lords End.
Andrew, what was her reaction? What was the demeanour of the officers? Was it done in a calm way? Was there a sense in which this was frenetic, working to a plan? What was the feeling that you got?
They were professional, but it was obvious from their demeanour that this was not a drill and something serious had happened. I've never seen the Prime Minister move the security, plainclothes security I've ever seen. Put his arm around it, and took very quickly away. And we could see that she was taken to her car. Automatic weapons were produced by security detail, and very rapidly moved away from the incident. We're currently all on lockdown now in the House of Commons. I believe the security are going to make sure there's no other assailants.
And when we talk about being under lockdown, what are MPs doing? Are they simply doing? Waiting in their offices? They've left the chamber. What's going on?
I think we've actually been insulated from it inside the chamber. I think everyone's gathered around TV screens, waiting to get an idea of what was going on outside. Which I think is getting an idea of that now.
We are. And just to reinforce this point.
I thought really with police officers being injured. It just shows what an important and potentially dangerous job that they do protecting our Parliament and our democracy.
Andrew Bridgen, could you just give us a sense of the significance of Parliament being suspended, a necessary precaution happening outside, but sum it up for us if you can.
Well, I think as a parliamentarian, we know that this is a high-risk environment. It's a clear potential terrorist target for various groups. And even knowing that, and coming to work every day and seeing the security, it's still a bit numbing when it is slightly surreal here in Parliament at the moment. It's not unexpected. Almost inevitability that someone tries something against our Parliament, the mother of all Parliaments. It is still quite surreal when it's actually
Andrew Bridgen MP, thanks very much.
More information coming in all the time. We're seeing some images coming to us from MPs who are inside Portcullis House, which is a building which overlooks Westminster Bridge. The MPs have their offices, and they walk from Portcullis House across the road to Westminster Bridge to Westminster Bridge. This vehicle does appear to take, you can see there an aerial view of Westminster Bridge where the services are attending to a number of people who appear to have been mown down on that vehicle, which it is believed then continue to Parliament. Let's just remind ourselves of what happened in the last hour as Parliament was suspended as this gunfire was heard.
It's clear that the advice from the Director of Security is still that the Chamber should remain in lockdown. I think, as most colleagues will realise, a number of right honourable members are also in other parts of the estate and for obvious reasons are unable to be present for business. There have been conversations through the channels. I hope the House would agree that in the current circumstances it would not be right to continue with today's business. Discussions between the usual channels will take place to ensure that the business that has been interrupted can be rescheduled for another mutually convenient. And I know, Mr Deputy Speaker, that you will want to keep the House, although we remain locked down here, informed about any news that comes from the security authorities. But in view of what I sense to be the mood of the House and the situation in which we find ourselves, I beg to move that the House do not.
Hi guys, and if you are just joining us, we are giving you one second. That's our Fox information. You are looking at aerial footage of Westminster Bridge in the UK. We are hearing reports of shots fired. Sky News guy was telling us just earlier that there were reports of a stabbing of an officer, and then the officer shot and killed. According to reports, the suspect. So we're gonna leave you with this just for a second, and then we have a very special guest in our studio. So 1 minute on that. Just take a look at these aerials, and we'll try to bring you updated news as we have it.
Of Parliament, floor by floor.
Yes, I mean that's a standard protocol. You're dealing with an incident like this that on the face of it appears to look like a terrorist incident outside Westminster, within the palaces of Westminster. The police absolutely have to check out this area. They have to put in a sterile cordon around the area and make sure that there are no people who may be linked to the attack. And by that I mean no other attackers. The information that just been speaking to a source again. So the information that they now have their working assumption is one incident, but it has been broken down into three component parts. First of all, a vehicle that has mounted the pavement on Westminster Bridge and collided with a number of pedestrians on that bridge. Now, of course, we've seen our helicopter aerials, user-generated videos as well. People clearly injured. Some reports suggesting up to a dozen potentially on Westminster Bridge. I've just been told by this source multiple casualties. No definitive number put on that. But the next element of this unfolding incident, the vehicle involved in the attack on the bridge. Careered down into Parliament Square, and then smashed into the railings at the front of the Houses of Parliament. And in doing that, I understand there are further casualties on the pavement there, just by the railings at Westminster Bridge. And now the information that our source has is that one attacker that we know of left the vehicle, confronted police officers, managed to get to the old palace yard at Westminster, just beyond the main gates there, where you often see the Prime Minister's convoy going in and out. Into the old palace yard was then confronted by a police officer. We understand that a police officer has been stabbed, confirmed by our source, and that colleagues of that officer opened fire and shot the attacker. Now at this stage, we're just told the police officer and the attacker have been injured. And no further details on that. But again, images that we've seen from the area within the old palace yard indicate a couple of people people within one lying on the ground, one sitting up, and both being treated by paramedics at the scene. So we're talking about one incident. From the information we're getting from this source, but in three component parts. Mowing down of people on Westminster Bridge, the vehicle speeding down into Parliament Square, and crashing into the fence, the metal fence outside the Houses of Parliament, causing more casualties there. And then the incident where one alleged attacker left the vehicle armed with a knife, headed into the old palace yard, confronted by police officers, attacked and stabbed one of those officers, and then was shot by colleagues, injured officer.
Mark, thanks very much.
Well, if you are just switching on, we'll try to recap some of the latest developments on this story. The police are now saying that they're treating this attack as a terrorist incident until we know otherwise. That's the latest from the Metropolitan Police. Robert Nisbet, our correspondent, can join us now with a view from where he is. Robert.
Well, Colin, as you would imagine, a huge amount of police activity. We're at the end of Lambeth Bridge. We're standing on Millbank to the Palace of Westminster. We've also got a pretty good view of Westminster Bridge, and we can see there all of the double-decker buses that are obviously now stationary in between flashing lights visible there. What the police are trying to do here now is obviously get to the scene as quickly as possible, as well as remove people from the scene as well. There are still some obviously quite shocked people stumbling around, not quite sure what is going on. Some of them clearly tourists, but also a lot of reporters around here as well. A number of them, including Sky, based just a little bit further down Millbank. And we heard very swiftly about what had happened and came running out to be confronted by the scene of people running away from Parliament up Millbank towards the bridge. We also, just a few minutes after we came out of the building, saw a silver Jaguar move away from Parliament and then down the street, just down by the side, just off Westminster. We now believe that the Prime Minister may well have been inside of that car, and this was a speedy evacuation from the scene. So now what is happening? To add to what Mark has been saying there, that obviously there is the immediate response to treat those people that are still lying at those various pressure points, so on the bridge, where the car apparently mounted the pavement, but also at that railing where the car crashed into the railing, as well as in Old Palace Yard itself. So there is a treatment of those people, but also there is an attempt to gather evidence and just try to piece together what happened. And to that end, they want as many reporters with cameras as far away as possible as they carry out their work. But there are still people inside these buildings along Millbank, who are trapped inside. They have been told that they can't come out. And so therefore this is still very much, of course, an active crime scene as they try to piece together what has happened. We did just see within the last few minutes, Colin, an ambulance that came past here with a police escort at the front and at the back, and there is speculation among some of us here at the press as it was going past whether that potentially was the attacker or perhaps someone involved in it, because those police were clearly guarding the ambulance as it left the scene. So as we hear sirens coming from almost every direction, it seems, still obviously an ongoing situation. Now there's a fire engine that's coming down through here. That's the first one we've seen of those, but obviously considerable activity from ambulance and police cars as well.
Robert, for now, we'll say thank you.
A couple of updates we can bring you on this story, reaction coming into it from across the world. And Sean Spicer, President Trump's press officer, has announced that the President has been briefed on the situation in the UK and is continuing to monitor and be updated on the situation. In terms of the number of emergency services that we are seeing there, the air ambulance parked on Parliament Square opposite the Houses of Parliament. We've also seen a number of ambulances on Westminster Bridge. London Ambulance Service is asking people in the area, please only call for an ambulance in a genuine emergency. It is using a great number of resources in the centre of London at the moment.
We can talk to our Home Affairs editor, Mark White, who's in Westminster now. Mark, there is a working theory as to what's happened here, but obviously, I'm just seeing, for instance, that the police presence at the end of Downing Street's been beefed up. Obviously, the authorities are working to a plan based on the idea they do not know yet whether this is completely finished.
Well, of course, they know from past terrorist incidents, and at the moment Scotland Yard have confirmed this is being treated as a terrorist incident until they know otherwise, but they know the pattern with many other terrorist incidents.
Hey guys, if you are just joining us, thanks so much for watching Fox 5 Live. First of all, we apologize deeply about the audio. We had some issues yesterday and the day before and now today, but we should be good. You are watching live pictures now of UK Parliament, reports of shots fired. There was an incident involving what they say was a man who mowed down some people on Westminster Bridge, which you are looking at right now. And then there was a stabbing of a police officer and a subsequent shooting of the suspect. Everything is being handled now with police. And so that's what we have for you now. If we have any more information coming, we will bring that to you. But I want to switch it over now because we have some other events also going on. If something else happens and it's breaking, we will bring that back to you right away. But for now, we're back here in the studio. I am Molly Nevola. We'll take that off. And we're here with some very special guests. The first of which is Dr. Arlene Lamba. She joined us this morning on our morning show. I'm going to put your mic up here. Here we go. So Dr. Arlene and...
Hi, Isabel.
Isabel, we'll have her mic on when we have her speaking to us. Isabel.
She just has a fun story, so
yeah.
Why don't add her? I was not prepared for this at all.
She wasn't prepared, but Arlene is here to talk about, her brand, Blush. What is it? Blush Med Skincare.
Yeah.
She's the
Long
founder.
name, but Blush is easy to remember, right?
Yeah, it's easy to remember, and it has to do with, obviously, it's springtime, flowers, how flowers can affect your health, how flowers can affect your skin.
Yeah. So a lot of what we talked about today on air was really focused on skincare and natural ingredients. So a lot of times people are using like their vegetables and fruits that they have, and they make a lot of stuff at home, which is what I hear all the time in the office at least. But we wanted to talk about a little about spring cleaning and spring skincare, and I really feel that flowers are flower power for your skin. So we utilize some popular flowers that are we can find in our area, something that we can have easy access to not only the skincare that you can make at home yourself, but products that are infused in them. So we wanted to talk a little bit about that.
Okay.
And we'll start with our fun right back here, if you guys can see it, or you can, our little tall little Charlie the cherry blossom over here. He basically this is a beautiful plant. It's Japanese by origin. It's used in their tea blends. It's used in their skincare products. One of the things that they found is that this specific plant, the extracts from it will help decrease inflammation in the skin. So they were able to formulate a peel, a chemical peel actually made from cherry blossoms, and that's something that we've been doing at Blush, or we will be doing at Blush starting now till end of April, because not everybody's suited for chemical peels, but they do want the benefits, which is exfoliation, new skin regeneration. Obviously, the most important thing that people come to us for is brightening of the skin. So this actually does that. There's a lot of products that are infused with blossom power as well. I brought a few of them in to talk about. This like really fun, if you guys can see, it's like a pre-infused sponge for your body, and has blossoms in it. If you want to smell it, or if you could smell it, it smells delicious. You want to smell it? Yes. There. Okay. So it gives you like,
actually does smell really
actually,
good.
You know what?
Yeah.
Like, it's such a good, cute little gift, right? So you actually could put this in water and travel with it, and it actually gives you body washes for about 20 washes. So it not only exfoliates your skin and puts a great sheen on your skin, and you'd wonder why do they put like a blossom in your body care? Well, because a lot of people get like eczema, psoriasis, itchiness. They get a lot of like irritations on their skin. So the blossom is anti-inflammatory. It kills something called nitric oxide on the skin. So that causes your skin to actually not have that reaction.
Thank you so much, Arlene. We are actually going to cut it short right here to go back to Parliament, that breaking news for you.
Oh, and it's very serious
but thanks so much for joining us on our morning show today, and thank you for that great advice. We're bringing you right back now to the situation in Parliament, where you guys had heard, and we had the breaking reports of several people injured, it's saying right here. We're going to bring you back to their coverage. Sky News is in the UK.
What are you able to tell us?
I should say, Jane, just as you come to me, they look as though they might be extending the cordon, so bear with us if we do have to leave you or they move us. But I'm going to bring in Finn here, who's a student who lives in halls of residence nearby. Now, you didn't actually see the incident itself, but you were on the scene minutes afterwards, weren't you?
Yes, yeah. I live in the student accommodation about 100 metres away from the south side of Westminster Bridge. I walked out to go to university, and I think someone my age came up to me and said there's been a terrorist attack on the bridge. And so I ran over and I walked up to the bridge, so I wanted to know what had happened, and unfortunately, the scenes were pretty terrible.
Can you, within the bounds of decency, tell us what you did see?
I saw 3 to 4 people, roughly, who had been hit by a car and some car parts on the road and stuff.
You're pretty sure they'd been hit by a car?
Yes, yeah, that was the conclusion that I made, based on what I'd spoken to people there as well. People were talking. There was a man who works at a souvenir shop, and he...
OK, look, Finn, I'm just going to stay with...
Sounds like the sound disappearing from Alistair Bunkle's camera. This might be an opportune moment to recap what's happened so far and what we can officially say, and also let you know what other people are saying too. It was 18 minutes to 3 o'clock on the day of Prime Minister's questions. The Prime Minister was still in the Houses of Parliament when first reports came through of a number of loud bangs in the Westminster area. As we've been reporting since then, the police have drawn the conclusion, or at least they're saying tentatively, that it has the makings, what then unfolded, of a terrorist attack. They are not confirming that at this stage. Parliament was quickly suspended, as we've been told a few moments ago. Now a painstaking process involving dozens of armed police officers is underway to make sure that Parliament itself, currently on lockdown with MPs and peers confined to that building, is currently underway. Every single room, we're told, will be searched as a matter of caution at this stage. There's been an air ambulance on Parliament Square itself. The underground station at Westminster has been closed. Again, we believe, as part of a procedure that's been adhered to at a time like this, rather than acting in response to any particular terror event at Westminster Station. The Prime Minister, we heard from one Tory backbencher, Andrew Bridgen, who saw the Prime Minister in the lobbies, voting in the lobbies, and then been approached by initially plainclothes officers who ushered her away with their guns at the ready. We understand she's entirely safe and probably, though we're not sure, back at Downing Street, which has seen the number of guards at the end of Downing Street increase substantially too.
You're seeing the pictures at the moment of Westminster Bridge, where we do believe there are a number of people who were injured who are still on the bridge. The emergency services are there. It is very, very close to St Thomas's Hospital, just the other side of the bridge. Mercifully, emergency services were able to get to the scene very, very quickly, but you can see that there is still a great deal of activity there. Police have closed this entire area now, asking people to avoid the entire area. Ambulance service are also saying people, please do not phone an ambulance in central London unless it really is a genuine emergency. Our correspondent Robert Nisbet was one of the first on the scene down there this afternoon. Robert, what can you see now?
Well, now, Jane, as you can tell here, we are being kept at some distance. Every now and again we hear this as the police try to move the cameras and the journalists out the way for another emergency vehicle to come on through. Of course, what you have here, Jane, just to anybody who doesn't know the geography of where we are in London, is that this is a considerably busy place, not just for the business of Parliament, but also a number of tourists come on through. You see the communication here between some of the police officers. The ambulance goes behind us here, but a number of tourists in the area, as well as thousands, of course, of office workers who work here. There were also just a bunch of school children who were looking completely bemused at the end of this road. They wanted to get down here to catch their bus, but they were being pushed back the other way. And of course, now that all of this area is being sealed off, you're getting the pushback, and traffic now, of course, is building up in all of these nodal points alongside the River Thames. But there is still that crisp edge you can feel at times like this, which I felt in Paris at both the terrorist attacks I covered, that all the police, all the emergency services are just tense, and everybody around them, of course, that tension is radiating out as they try to keep this area clear for emergency vehicles to come in. We've seen a number of ambulances come out and a number of police vehicles come in, and within the last 15 minutes or so we saw one ambulance, as I was mentioning earlier, with a police escort either side, and there's been some speculation here as to whether that potentially was that ambulance contained perhaps someone of interest there. Another helicopter directly above us, that may well be one of the crews that is catching the images of what is happening on the bridges beneath us as well. So obviously a huge amount of activity here as the police try to establish what has happened, keep the area secure, and also get those injured people in and out, as well as, of course, conducting the initial stages of an investigation to try to piece together what has happened.
Robert, thanks very much. As you're speaking to us, more and more images are coming in to us. The Metropolitan Police are asking if anybody has footage of the incidents, please pass it on to them. A great deal is circulating on social media as well, though.
We are sifting through them, and we are as judiciously as is possible, while telling you clearly a very dramatic story, aware of obvious sensitivities at a time like this. So here is a number of the pictures amidst the many that are currently circulating, which give you a sense of what has happened this lunchtime on Westminster Bridge, as we believe a 4x4 car has been driven at speed along the pavement heading towards the Palace of Westminster, where it then crashed into the gates. If you know that area, in fact, just the previous picture, if you know the area, you'll know there are huge concrete blocks designed to stop any vehicle actually mounting the pavement. It's our understanding that it's gone along the pavement, according to eyewitness reports and our sources, quoted by Mark White, our Home Affairs editor, that it's then carried on down Westminster Bridge towards Big Ben and then gone round, we imagine, some of those concrete blocks and crashed into the gate. So a number of people clearly receiving ad hoc medical attention. This is very close to St Thomas's Hospital, a major accident emergency unit just metres away from where all this was unfolding. In fact, let me share with you a statement from London Ambulance Service Deputy Director of Operations, Pauline Cramner, who has said, "We were called at 2:40 p.m. to Westminster Bridge to reports of an incident with the first crew arriving within 6 minutes," underlining the point we're making. We have sent a number of resources to the scene, including ambulance crews, London's Air Ambulance and our hazardous area response team. We're working closely with other members of the emergency services at the scene, with our priority being to ensure patients receive the medical help they need as quickly as possible. We have declared a major incident, and our priority is to assess patients and ensure that they're treated and taken to hospital as soon as possible. Closes by saying we are very busy dealing with this incident. We would ask the public to only call us in a genuine emergency.
There is another image that we can show you. I should warn you that it may be distressing to some viewers, but it is somebody who's clearly affected by what happened this afternoon. We believe these are the steps. You can see the River Thames just to the top left of the screen there. This very much looks like somebody who was on Westminster Bridge. Whether or not they were hit by a car and perhaps thrown over or fell down the steps, we don't know, but this is somebody who was affected earlier before medical treatment arrived. This is the latest footage we can bring you live in Westminster of what is happening there on the ground. Huge number of emergency services there on the ground at the moment. The area being evacuated, the tube not running in that area as well. The tube station's been closed. Police asking people to stay away and trying to clear that area as effectively as they can.
Well, as we continue to look at these pictures, let's go back to our Home Affairs editor, Mark White, who can reflect, Mark, if it's not too early to do so, on the fact that this is one of the most sensitive in terms of the terror threat locations pretty much in the world, and all necessary precautions had been taken to prevent a range of different types of attack.
Yes, the police regularly tell us, and we report regularly, on the threat that's facing the UK. The terror threat currently stands at its second highest level. That is severe, meaning an attack is highly likely. The highest level is critical, which means that effectively an attack is underway. We haven't heard from the Home Office as yet as to whether that threat level is likely to rise or whether they think this may be just a one-off and it can stay at severe. But in those briefings that we get regularly, they stress, and we're almost weary at times of the constant stressing of the security services about the threat that we face. And there is a sense, because there have been no incidents really of any significance since really the attack on Lee Rigby a few years back when he was killed outside the barracks in Woolwich, that the police and security services are on top of everything. And to a large extent they are. They've thwarted 13 terrorist attacks in this country in the past 4 years. But they also stress constantly that it only takes one incident, one person that they might not be across who can launch these fairly unsophisticated attacks. They can be horrific, as clearly we are seeing by the nature of what is unfolding here. But in terms of the technology and the plotting and planning that's involved, they are fairly low in sophistication. All you need is a car and a knife. Anybody can go into their own kitchen and pick up a lethal knife. So it's very difficult at times to guard against an individual that might want to cause such destruction and chaos in the centre of a busy city if they're so minded to do that. They do monitor, and they are aware of about 3,000 individuals in this country who have the kind of extremist views that they may well enact that out in violence. But they have to make judgment calls all of the time. They have to prioritise about who they should devote a lot of time to in terms of monitoring. They just don't have the resources to monitor everybody all of the time. And sometimes those judgment calls mean that an individual that's known to them might not be monitored properly, or it may be an individual who's not known to them. We will find out that kind of information in the days ahead. What we are now witnessing is very much an unfolding incident that Scotland Yard have confirmed they are treating as a terrorist incident outside the Houses of Parliament and indeed inside the grounds of the Houses of Parliament. It might be worth, Colin, just confirming to you what my source, senior security source, has told me this afternoon in terms of the events. It happened, first of all, on Westminster Bridge with a vehicle that ploughed into a number of pedestrians who were on that bridge for a considerable way, if not most of the way across Westminster Bridge. That vehicle had mounted the pavement and smashed into a number of pedestrians who are being treated, some of them still being treated and triaged on the bridge by paramedics and other members of the emergency services. The vehicle, a 4x4 Hyundai, we understand, then at speed came into Parliament Square and then crashed into the perimeter fence around the Houses of Parliament. Now, at that point, we're told it caused more injuries to people who were on the pavement at just outside the palaces of Westminster. Now, at this stage, we're told they believe there was one attacker. That alleged attacker left the vehicle armed with a knife, managed to wrestle his way through police officers and into Old Palace Yard, just beyond the main gates into the palaces of Westminster. He was tackled by a police officer who then sustained knife injuries. And then one of that police officer's colleagues, a member, we're told, of the Diplomatic Protection Group, who are tasked with guarding the palaces of Westminster and who are armed, that officer shot this attacker multiple times. Now, at this stage, we've been told that both the police officer and the alleged attacker are injured. We've no more information on the extent of their injuries, but they, again, have been treated at the scene. Within the last few minutes, we saw a HeliMed helicopter leave the grounds of Parliament Square presumably heading to one of the major trauma units, maybe St Thomas's Hospital, just on the other side of the river. Other injured are being taken by these road ambulances that are now there in significant numbers. London Ambulance Service have described this as a major incident.
OK, for now, Mark will say thank you. And just to underline what Mark was saying there about his working theory that we're talking about somebody with a vehicle and a knife who is able to generate headlines around the world. The US State Department in Washington says it is closely following the, quote, concerning situation outside the UK Parliament.
Let's talk to Adam Holloway, MP, who is inside the Houses of Parliament, which has been on lockdown since this incident happened 18 minutes to 3 this afternoon. What was the first you knew of it, Mr Holloway?
I beg your pardon?
What was the first you knew of it?
The first I knew of it, I was going to vote, and the parliamentary police very rarely shout. They were shouting to people to come down an escalator. As I got to the bottom of the escalator, a wave of people were running towards me. So I obviously returned to my office, to my staff, and we're now in Norman Shore South. We're all thinking of the injured people and marvelling at the police and ambulance service response and staying in our offices with the door shut.
How fearful are you? The police are obviously inside, they're searching the building.
We're not fearful at all. We've got every confidence in the police. We're watching Sky News, and they seem to be doing extremely well.
The fact that this person appeared to be able to get inside the perimeter of the Palace of Westminster is concerning, though, is it not? We look at the safety procedures that are in place in Westminster, the bollards that are on the road just outside the building. It will raise questions as to how on earth this was able to happen.
You know, it's very difficult when you live in a democracy and you have a place where, you know, thousands and thousands of people work, move in and out of every day to secure absolutely everything. I mean, you know, there are obvious things that can always be improved, but it's a balance between, you know, access and security. And, you know, let's be fair to the cops. I mean, that was a pretty impressive response by them, given that they didn't know that was coming.
In terms of security at Westminster, to those who don't know, just talk us through what kind of security you have to go through on a daily basis.
You know, I just think that kind of thing is pretty unhelpful to discuss on, you know, satellite TV.
OK, fair enough. But what I'm trying to get at is that there is an exhaustive security procedure, is there not? It's certainly a well-thought-through process.
Oh, yeah, I think it is. I mean, you know, there are always things that one looks at and things can be improved. But, no, I think it's pretty good. And, you know, what we've got to do now is think about the injured people and let the cops get on with their job, and we'll wait patiently watching Sky News. OK,
Adam Holloway, we'll leave it for now. Thank you very much.
Not just parliamentary business at Westminster suspended, the Scottish Parliament debate on independence has just been suspended as well. Let's take you to Alistair Bunkle, who is on the end, the St Thomas's Hospital end of Westminster Bridge. Alistair.
Hi, Colin, sorry, we're having problems with the sound, but let me bring in Bernadette here. Bernadette, you were on a tour bus.
I was on, yes.
Going over the bridge.
Coming over Westminster Bridge.
Towards the Houses of Parliament.
Yes, yeah.
And tell me in your own words what you saw.
It was the noise I heard, first of all. It appeared to be like gunshot wounds. I'm not saying that they were. And then I just saw a car go out of control and just go into pedestrians on the bridge. And then obviously the bus was still moving, so as we're going across the bridge, then you saw people lying on the floor that are obviously injured. I saw about 10 people maybe, and then the fire service, the emergency services started to arrive then. So it was just, everyone was just running everywhere. It was just too yeah.
Bernadette, thank you very much. So a lot of people here who are gathered watching the scene, but a few of them who saw the immediate minutes aftermath.
Open the windows, please. Okay, hello. You're watching Sky News. We are live from about 100 metres away from the Palace of Westminster. The building behind me is where the House of Lords is based. The House of Commons about 25 metres or so further up the road from there. We believe that many politicians are still in lockdown as we speak. We have literally just arrived. There's a cordon here. We can't get anywhere near. We've seen an awful lot of police vehicles going very quickly past us as we try to get a little bit closer. There are also, you can probably hear helicopters in the sky as well. The latest that we're hearing is that several people have been injured on Westminster Bridge. Up to a dozen people have been injured on Westminster Bridge. We have seen some images of people not moving. We hope that they are being taken to the nearby St Thomas's Hospital and will make a recovery in the fullness of time. We can also tell you that a vehicle ploughed into the gates of the Palace of Westminster, near to where the Prime Minister was holding, or just finished in fact, Prime Minister's question time. With me is Tom Newton-Dunn. He is the political editor of The Sun. Come on, and we can...
Apologies, you can imagine there are some communication difficulties in a very crowded Westminster right now. If you are just switching on, information continues to come in about what police at the moment believe is a terrorist-related or terror-related incident in the heart of...
If you guys are just joining us, thanks for watching Fox 5 Live. We're bringing you live footage of this possible terror incident near Parliament in the UK. I just want to bring you some breaking information, just a little background. The police say they are treating this incident as a terrorist attack, but it's not been confirmed at this point. Fox News told us a police officer was stabbed and an alleged assailant was reportedly shot after gunfire broke out at Parliament in London. Parliament has since been shut down, and we actually have a live video of the moment that it was shut down from inside. We'll get that to you next. In the background here, you're seeing aerials of Westminster Bridge, along with police officers who are manning that scene. President Trump also was briefed on this incident. He had a brief appearance this morning before reporters. He was just getting the news, he said, and he called it, quote, big news. And spokesman Sean Spicer says the U.S. will continue to monitor the situation and update the president. As we have more information, we'll bring that to you. Here is our footage of that. We'll bring you more information.
Over the side of the bridge, there was another body lying in the water.
Now, any indication as to what had caused those people to be injured? I mean, had you seen a car come through or anything like that?
I didn't see anything. The first thing I was aware of was just people starting to scream, and people came off the bus looking very shocked. And then there was a lot of confusion, and people started dealing with the casualties. And at that point, I just tried to stop people coming onto the bridge, because still a lot of people were coming on.
How did you do that? How did you try and stop people from coming on the bridge?
Just trying to wave them back, and I think people could tell because people were screaming that something bad was happening.
Forgive me, just to go back, did you say a body in the water? Did you saw?
Yes.
So a body, someone had fallen off the bridge.
Who knows? But it seemed that way. Yeah, and they were lying face down in the water.
Okay. And then what happened after that?
After that, there was a kind of a pause, and it seemed very confused for quite a long time. And then a medic arrived on a bike, and then ambulances arrived fairly quickly after that, and then the police started pouring onto the bridge. And at that point, we walked people off the bridge, and they put a tape around it.
Did you hear noises that sounded like gunshots?
I didn't know. Afterwards, I've heard people say that. I didn't hear that. I just heard the screaming.
And a little bit about yourself. Do you work here? Why were you in London?
No, I live in Wales and Somerset, and my daughter works here, and I've just come up to see a show with her tonight. And I was just kind of walking around.
And a mix of people on the bridge, people like you, people who work there, tourists.
Yeah, absolutely. It was really busy. In fact, I had to step off the bridge to get round a group of people who were coming towards me, and it was just after that when all the screaming started.
And how quickly did you see the emergency services respond?
There was kind of a lull. Obviously, I could see people were phoning them. And so until they arrived, we just tried to keep people away from the scene. And then they probably arrived within 5 or 10 minutes. And when they arrived in force. And they very quickly, at that point, by the time I reached the end of the bridge, they'd started pulling tape across and ushering people off.
So it took over from you, trying to keep people from coming onto the bridge?
Yeah.
Okay, well, Stephen, thank you very much. Sorry to make you relive that. That sounds fairly horrendous. And it's interesting, Colin, that the people we saw who were running from the scene, it was almost like that they had competing impulses, one to film on their phones and one to run away, which is, I suppose, a sign of the times. A lot of people just holding their phones aloft, not really knowing whether to run or film. But a number of people obviously have captured the immediate aftermath of what happened. But a number of eyewitnesses clearly, you know, who are processing what they saw, and I can be joined by another now. Excuse me, sir, can I speak to you here? Were you near the scene when it happened?
I was with my wife near the Whitehall, and we heard 3 shots about the Parliament, and we intend to take a photo from the Parliament, so we walked through. And we see a scene with a car crashed on the Parliament and a person on the floor near the car, but I don't know what happened because I don't see directly the scene.
So that person was lying on the ground. They looked extremely injured.
Yeah. The person, I don't know what happened with her because I don't see. But I see just a person like aside the car.
And what happened then afterwards? What was the reaction around this scene?
Afterwards, the policeman comes to the scene and isolate the area, and push the people through the garden and Abbey, Westminster Abbey.
Right. So trying to push people back.
Yeah.
Thank you very much indeed for your time and explaining what you saw. So obviously a number of witnesses in this case, Colin, and what they do now is speak to all of these people, try to piece together what happened from some fairly vivid eyewitness testimony and obviously some fairly awful things that these people have witnessed as we ourselves try to put together some kind of narrative as to what has happened over the past few hours.
Robert, for now, thanks very much indeed. The Press Association reporting an announcement made in Parliament said there was a suspicious package in a vehicle and the bomb squad had been called, which halted a planned evacuation of Parliament.
Now, this is the image that we have of a vehicle which has crashed outside Parliament. We don't know if this is the 4x4. This is clearly not a 4x4 vehicle. But you can see smoke coming from the bonnet of that car and people being pushed back from the gates here outside the Houses of Parliament. Other images that are coming into us now are footage of the Prime Minister. We believe this is the Prime Minister's vehicle. Let's just give you these pictures. Here we go. Leaving the Houses of Parliament earlier. She was inside the House of Commons as this happened. We don't know exactly where the Prime Minister is, but we do know that she was removed safely from the building. Lewis Goodall, our correspondent, is in Portcullis House. Let's just bring you the latest we are getting, Lewis. One woman has died and a number of others have been hurt, including some with catastrophic injuries on Westminster Bridge. This is according to a junior doctor at St Thomas's Hospital. So this is coming now from a medic at St Thomas's Hospital, confirming one woman dead, a number of others have been hurt with catastrophic injuries in the incident on Westminster Bridge.
Well, this is now, as we already knew, if it is terror-related, it's an attack which is resulting in a number of injuries and now a fatality, according to a junior doctor who's been quoted. So not an official response at this stage. Lewis Goodall, our political correspondent in Westminster, can join us now. Lewis, what do you know?
Well, as you can see, we're just outside Parliament on the Portcullis House side. There are helicopters everywhere. We know the Prime Minister was sent back to in a car as an emergency or away from Parliament shortly after the incident took place. As far as we're aware, members of Parliament are still locked down inside the chamber, not least because of the news that you were just reporting there about the possibility of a suspicious package in a vehicle. On the bridge just behind me, about an hour or so ago, we had a car which mowed down, we believe, around 5 people before the attacker went straight into attempted to get into Parliament wielding a knife, and that's when he was shot. 2 people were then, a policeman was injured in that attack, and 2 people were received medical attention, believed to be the attacker and the policeman. Obviously, we haven't seen an incident like this for a very long time, not since the attack in London in 2005, and then subsequently the Lee Rigby murder. But as you can see, people around me with cameras, helicopters everywhere, people apparently just across from me stuck in the London Eye, stuck in the wheel. So a degree of chaos here, but police moving us further and further along as they try and secure the area.
Lewis, thanks very much. Jeremy Corbyn, leader of the opposition, tweeting to say, my statement on the ongoing incident in Westminster, our thoughts are with the victims, their friends and families. And of course that has added poignancy as we learn within the past 2 minutes that according to one junior doctor being quoted by the Press Association at St Thomas's Hospital, of course St Thomas's Hospital so close on the other side of the River Thames from the Houses of Parliament, that at least 1 woman has died and other people have suffered, quote, catastrophic injuries.
You can see on your screens now, this is the latest scene down there, the emergency services on the scene on Westminster Bridge, security services outside the Houses of Parliament. We also have a number of images that are coming into us from people who witnessed what happened today. A number of them are distressing. We're showing you them here on Sky News because this is a serious incident in the centre of London, and we think it is important to show you the reality of what has happened today. This is somebody who looks to have fallen or jumped from Westminster Bridge. These are the steps leading down from the bridge down to the river. This is also footage of people being treated on the bridge. It was some 6 minutes before the ambulance service arrived, according to London Ambulance Service. One of the witnesses there say there was what he described as a lull. Clearly, a large number of people going to the assistance of those who were injured on Westminster Bridge, which does appear to be the place where the largest number of casualties at the moment were. Talking to a witness who was on one of the London Transport buses a little earlier, about 10 minutes ago on Sky News, she may have been mistaken. She described hearing gunshots on the bridge. She then said that they saw a car ploughing into a number of people. She described it as a car appearing to go out of control. Another witness that we spoke to just a short time ago described how he was on the bridge. He heard people screaming. He saw bodies on the bridge. He also saw a body in the water. If the car had ploughed along a pavement, it would appear that people did try to get out the way of that vehicle. The latest we are hearing from a medic at St Thomas's Hospital is that 1 woman has definitely died and a number of others have been hurt. And of course, we also know that there are casualties outside the Houses of Parliament where this man that eyewitnesses say was brandishing a knife appeared to attack a police officer, and that is where the police shots were fired.
Amid those pictures we were just showing you was a still image, I think, of the Prime Minister's vehicle with a Land Rover just behind it. Significant, actually, is the fact perhaps that it was driving away from Downing Street, away from the Houses of Parliament. There is a plan, we presume, we're certain, aren't we, that would come into effect at a time like this. Mark White, our Home Affairs correspondent, has been talking us through how those plans have swung into action today. Mark, I think, can join us now to reflect on what we know so far. This already was a mass casualty event, Mark, and now a fatal one too, it seems.
Yes, that's right. I mean, in terms of that plan that you speak about, that is in action at the moment. So you have an effective lockdown within the palaces of Westminster as officers, firearms officers from the Specialist Counter-Terrorism Unit, CTSFOs, they're called, Counter-Terrorism Specialist Firearms Officers, are on scene and are conducting a systematic search, room by room, of the palaces of Westminster. Out of an abundance of caution and also out of the knowledge that because of these incidents, they are chaotic and fast-moving by their very nature. And although they believe at the moment there is one attacker, there may be more, and they need to properly check out the palaces of Westminster. In addition to that, of course, they don't know whether this incident will remain a single incident or whether they could be connected incidents. We've seen in other terrorist attacks around the world that you would get multiple incidents unfolding at the same time or in close proximity to each other, both time-wise and geographically. And on that, we're told that the London Eye, that very prominent tourist attraction just across the River Thames from the palaces of Westminster, is also on lockdown at the moment, as another search is carried out there. Taking you back to the palaces of Westminster, though, in terms of what's happening inside, there is also still a security alert outside with reports of a suspect package within the vehicle, that Hyundai 4x4 that crashed into the perimeter fence to the Houses of Parliament. That suspect package will need to be properly examined and made safe if there is any danger within that package itself. That will take a while. That's why we've seen the cordon at the palaces of Westminster extended regularly. You can see those officers on the right gesticulating again to that officer. I think that he wants people even further back. Clearly, if they are dealing with the potential of a suspect package, they want to make sure that all of the relevant bomb disposal teams can get there and that people are not within harm's way. So that's why they've been taken quite a bit further back down the street there. That's a good few hundred yards down from the front of the palaces of Westminster. But that's what they do. They put up these cordons, they try to make sure the area is safe, and then they conduct these room-by-room searches to ensure that there are no more attackers within the premises there.
Somebody show me a live picture, please. Hello, you are watching Sky News. If you are just joining us, there is a major terror incident here in the centre of the capital. It involves at least 2 separate incidents. You're looking at the London Eye just at the moment, and we are being told that people are trapped inside those pods on the London Eye. As you can imagine, many of the streets here around the Palace of Westminster are completely sealed off, cordoned off. We believe that several people have been injured, and my colleague Robert Nisbet, who was here when it first happened, is with me. You've heard from the medics involved.
That's right. Well, we understand now from a doctor nearby St Thomas's Hospital that 1 woman has died and several have been injured, including some with catastrophic injuries. And what the sequence of events appears to be a car driving along Westminster Bridge, mounting a pavement, seemingly hitting people. One person went over the bridge, was either knocked over the bridge or jumped to get to safety and ended up in the water. And then the car crashed into railings near the House of Commons, and there were some other very serious injuries there. We've spoken to...
Can we just take that back a little bit for people who obviously are tuning our way all the time? So there was one incident on the bridge that potentially involved a dozen people. It did look as though this vehicle had purposefully ploughed into these people who were walking across the bridge around lunchtime. He then carried on, the driver of this vehicle.
That's right. On Westminster Bridge, driving then towards Parliament Square, so the Houses of Parliament and Big Ben would have been on his left, drove down and then appeared to go into a railing, and there were some people who appeared to have been trapped or crushed by the car at that railing point. And we've heard from 2 eyewitnesses who I've spoken to in the last hour or so who say that there was a cyclist there who looked to be extremely unwell. We don't know whether that is the one fatality that has been confirmed, but obviously you can see this in your mind's eye, this trail of destruction that this car caused. Then it appears
a separate incident.
A separate incident that we don't know whether it was a passenger in the car or the driver himself. We know the driver from 2 eyewitnesses jumped out of the car, whether it was him who then went into the Palace of Westminster and stabbed a police officer, and then after he'd done that was shot. And there are obviously UGC mobile phone video and photographs of that person lying on the ground having been shot. So
his condition unknown.
His condition unknown. But as we had been standing here, we saw an ambulance with a police escort either side. Could well have been, someone who they thought may have been involved, a police escort as it left. Also, just as we came out of Millbank, which is our office just halfway down here.
Just to give you a bit of the geography, Millbank is probably about 50 metres further down here on the left-hand side, and then just a little bit further on to the right of your image, that is where the Palace of Westminster is, the House of Lords to start with, and then the House of Commons after that.
So as we came running out of that office, we saw all these people running in the opposite direction, being pushed back by police. We had came out after those shots had been fired, but this was obviously the moment at that time that the police were just trying to expel expel as many people from the area as possible for their safety, but also to kind of clear the area. And then they were parted by police for a silver Jaguar, which came right round us, and Sky cameras caught the picture, and it appears to have been the Prime Minister who had been evacuated from the
Let's show these pictures, Neil, as we're chatting. There are some vehicles coming past us now, and the vehicle, in fact, we're just being told by an officer that they're going to stop the traffic for this vehicle. Not sure what it is. We'll keep an eye on it. Certainly heavily tooled up police officers, it would appear. And Mark White is with us. Mark, I don't know if you can see these pictures. Talk us about it.
Kay, yes, those are the CTSFOs. You can see that on the back of his body armour there, the counter-terrorism specialist firearms officers. Those are the officers, the elite of the SCO 19 armed unit at the Metropolitan Police. They are specially trained to deal with terrorist-related incidents. Now, they have been, some of those officers have been inside the Houses of Parliament. Indeed, they're still inside, Kay, carrying out a systematic search, room by room, of that building to make sure that there is no one still inside there that they believe may have been involved in the incident. Those officers, we don't know where they are relocating to at the moment, but clearly they're moving away from the Houses of Parliament. But they are trained to deal with these kind of incidents. I was just at the weekend there on the River Thames with these officers as they were practicing boarding a pleasure cruise boat in a scenario dealing with hostages there. So they regularly train for these types of incidents, and the fact that they've been brought in underlines the seriousness of what has already been described as a major incident by London Ambulance Service, with one woman dead, a number of other people, we're told, with catastrophic injuries.
Okay, for now, thanks so much indeed, Mark. We're just going to look at some images, I think, with Jane and also...
Hi guys, I want to remind you you're watching Fox 5 Live. I'm Molly Nevola here in Washington, D.C. We're bringing you live coverage from Sky News over there in London, where reports are now that one woman has died. You can see that along the bottom of your screen. And there are several catastrophic injuries. You're seeing pictures here. They blurred the face of this man who apparently was injured near or off, I think, on Westminster Bridge. And you're seeing that here. I want to bring you now to this moment from inside Parliament. This was the moment Sky News tweeted this, that the moment that Parliament heard sounds and then was evacuated. Check this out.
This is the moment Parliament was suspended.
Order! I am now going to suspend the sitting of the House. This House is now suspended, but please wait here.
The Deputy Speaker of the House of Commons suspending activities inside the House, where, of course, PMQs happened just
and that was earlier. That was earlier when Parliament heard sounds and they ordered the suspension of Parliament. And now we're back to live footage here from Sky Fox or Sky News in London.
Itself almost built into the foundations of the Palace of Westminster. This on the bridge itself, by this time, and we are showing images before the paramedics start to arrive, at this stage they have St Thomas's Hospital, teaching hospital, major accident emergency unit, literally within metres of the Palace of Westminster, and some of those A&E paramedics, they could almost run. They could almost run from A&E. They wouldn't need to get in their ambulances, though of course they are there in profusion, as you'd expect as well. Let's show you some more images which have been sent in to us and which we've gone through as well. Let's show you instead the live pictures we can show you now, showing a much quieter scene, in a sense, from Westminster Bridge. The tube station has been closed. As Kay was saying a few moments ago, the London Eye is locked down as well, with people still effectively trapped inside some of those pods.
Lost comms? Lost comms? Yeah.
So let's just remind you what has happened in Westminster if you're just joining us here on Sky News today. We are hearing that at least one person has died, a woman has died, and a number of others have been hurt, including some with catastrophic injuries, according to a medic at St Thomas's Hospital. It was just after 2:30 this afternoon when a vehicle ran along Westminster Bridge. Some reports say it mounted the pavement. A number of people were hit. We have had one eyewitness who described seeing a body in the River Thames below. We have just shown you some distressing images, including somebody who appears to have either fallen or jumped from the bridge as well. So a number of injuries, and one woman died, we believe, on Westminster Bridge. That vehicle then, it is thought, continued into Parliament Square, where the Houses of Parliament and the House of Lords are situated, past Portcullis House, where MPs have their offices. It crashed into the railings outside Portcullis House. Other eyewitnesses say that they saw a man leave the vehicle armed with what appeared to be a knife, enter the perimeter of Parliament into the grounds, where a policeman, we believe, was stabbed and shots were fired, and the air ambulance taken people from that location as well. That is the latest information that we had. This part of London is now in lockdown, tube services suspended, the roads closed, and people being urged to stay away at the time being.
So, as I was saying, communication quite challenging here at the moment. An awful lot of police activity. Helicopters in the air. We've seen armed police officers with balaclavas who have been moving around the area. We see the fire service head in within the last few moments as well. Robert Nisbet is here. And Robert, we were speaking just a few moments ago about the Jaguar, or still a vehicle that was whisked away very soon after the incident.
Going extremely fast, the car, and it parted all of us and the people who are running away from the scene, and someone went, "That's the Prime Minister, that's the Prime Minister," and we all kind of trained our...
Stand by. Scotland Yard to make a statement in 15 minutes is what we're being told. Scotland Yard just a little bit further along the river than where we are, to make a statement in 15 minutes. They've already told us that this is terror-related, as you would anticipate. Keep going.
So all of our cameras were kind of trained on this silver Jaguar as it sped away, and it went down just one of these side streets at extreme speed, and that, we understand, was the Prime Minister being evacuated extremely rapidly from the building.
Prime Minister's question time today, of course.
It was indeed, and many of the MPs still in the chamber. Obviously, Wednesday is a very busy parliamentary day. A number of them were told that they had to stay where they were, in effect, not so much lockdown, but they were listening to what was going on and watching Sky News and television around inside the House of Parliament to try to ascertain what had happened. But some of them heard the shots in the Old Palace Yard and obviously knew that it was a major...
For people who don't know what Old Palace Yard is geographically?
Yeah, it's inside the compound of the Palace of Westminster, just the other side of the railings from where the tourists are taking their pictures. So literally just over the railings inside the Palace of Westminster compound, so very close to the road and very close to where this trail of carnage had been left by the car as it went up onto the pavement and then eventually ended up crashed into the railings.
Now, I was chatting to the political editor of The Sun just a few moments ago, Tom Newton-Dunn. We'll be hearing from him shortly. He's found himself outside the cordon, desperately trying to get back in, obviously, to file his story. But he was saying that there is a very obvious weak spot, if you will, as far as security is concerned at the Palace of Westminster, because the gates need to be open and closed all the time for vehicles to go about their business.
That's right. I mean, at other access points around the Palace of Westminster, it is incredibly secure. You have to show your pass even to get anywhere near the security gates. But at that particular ingress and egress point, that is where MPs and Lords drive their cars in. Some drive themselves, some are driven in there. And at the moment, it's kind of a metal barrier that is pulled back and the car goes in, and then the metal barrier is put forward. On a wheel, isn't it? On a wheel, that's right. And they shout at tourists and workers, stand back, and we all stand on the side of the pavement, and then when the car's in, everybody walks past. And to someone who was very security conscious, they may look at that and say, that's quite an anachronism. We don't know whether it was actually through that or whether it was through the next gate with turnstiles. Confused. Both of them link on to the Old Palace Yard, but clearly this is something they're going to be looking at once all the dust has settled on this incident.
What we also don't know at this stage is it's two separate incidents, is it not? It's two separate incidents, but we don't know whether the person that has been shot by police or apprehended by police within Palace Yard, what you described, where he was stopped, if it's the same person that was the driver of the vehicle. We don't know at this stage.
Or whether it was a passenger in the car that jumped out. I mean, one of the eyewitnesses we spoke to very soon after here on Sky News, a gentleman called Alan Parry, who works for Sky Sports News, he said he saw a man leap out of the car, suggested he may have been in his 30s and 40s, and just saw him running. He didn't see where he ran to, but clearly the man who crashed the car got out of it very quickly. We don't know whether he went then into the Palace of Westminster.
Stand by if you would, please. We're talking about security here in Cordons. It's been quite challenged to get from where our offices are in West London as close as we have done so far. Police ticker tape is everywhere, as you can imagine. There's a lot of people wandering around quite bewildered, not really sure what's going on. Within the Palace of Westminster itself, there is a lockdown there. Many MPs still inside the chamber of the House of Commons where they had gathered for Prime Minister's question time. They're there for the foreseeable future until they're told by the security services that it is safe to leave. This is still very much an active terrorist situation. They do not know what else might happen. As a result, they're going to keep those MPs where they are until they have the all clear. The same for tourists as well. Very busy part of the city as far as tourism is concerned. The Palace of Westminster here, Big Ben, many come here, Westminster Bridge to see up and down the river. And then just across the river, that's where you'll see, and I'm sure many of you have been there already, the London Eye. Those pods that take about 35 minutes or something like that to go around. People are stuck on those at the moment. They are not being allowed off, again, for obvious reasons that I've just explained to you. Alistair Bunkle is there for us, our defence correspondent. As we hear more sirens here, Alistair, talk to us about what's happening where you are.
Yeah, Kay, so we've relocated, a couple of hundred metres along from where we last spoke to you, which was on Westminster Bridge itself, down just under the foot of the London Eye. People are being allowed off now, but very slowly, so they're bringing the pods around one by one and allowing people off them. But there's still quite a lot of people actually left on there. I would estimate, 50 or 100 people still on there, perhaps, waiting patiently for the pods to come round and to be allowed off. But they are being, the Eye is being evacuated now. Let me bring in a man, a gentleman called Yuvraj. You were an eyewitness to the attack, weren't you? Can you tell me what you saw in your own words?
Yeah, I was standing right opposite the road when this happened. So a black car, it rushed in. Highways, it was speeding, and at first it went on the pavement, it took a lady off. And I thought it was just a normal accident, but it suddenly continued speeding and it just began taking people off. And just witnessed people flying off, and it was a horrible sight.
It was a black car, did you say?
It was a black car, yeah.
And from your sense at the time, this was all deliberate? It wasn't out of control? It wasn't accidental?
It was all deliberate. Because taking so many people off together, it can't be an accident for sure. And that too coming in such high speed, so definitely can't be an accident.
I spoke to one gentleman about half an hour ago who said he thought he saw that car then crashed into, in his words, a wall. No one inside it when he saw it. Did you see it crash? Do you corroborate that?
I didn't see the car crash, actually. I just saw it taking people off, and by the time it went to the end of the bridge, it was out of my sight. I was on the other side of it, and I just saw it hitting people. I didn't see the car going anywhere else. So.
The bridge presumably quite busy at the time, early afternoon, Westminster?
Surprisingly, the other side of the bridge where this accident happened was empty, so the car could easily speed. Otherwise, it is usually a very busy bridge. But surprisingly, it was pretty empty at that time, the other side of it.
And what was your immediate reaction? What did you do? Did you run away? Did you stay and help?
I was pretty traumatized by it because it's the first time I witnessed something like that. And I could just stand still. I was just traumatized by it. I couldn't do anything about it. I really wanted to help the people, but I was myself not in the right state of mind.
Some people have told us they heard gunshots. Other people say they didn't hear gunshots. Did you?
I didn't hear any gunshots from where I was, but I really don't know anything about the gunshots.
And the condition of some of the people who were on the bridge who had been hit by the car?
Horrible, probably. I think some of them might even have died on the spot, and some of them must be severely injured. But it was a horrible incident altogether.
Okay, Yuvraj, thank you.
Thank you.
Kay, just to quickly, before I hand back to you, just give you some indication of around here. I have to say, it is a lot of, I suppose it's a combination of people probably starting to return home from work as we head towards 5 o'clock in the evening. A lot of tourists around here, as is the case every day of the year, whatever the weather. And those who are waiting to get off the London Eye, who have been kept on the London Eye. Some of the emergency services are actually in the London Eye at the moment. It's obviously been sealed off for anyone who wanting to go on it now. The police are there, and one by one they are bringing people off it, but very, very slowly indeed. Assuming that the people on the Eye do know what is going on, I don't think anybody would have any complaints. And the police helicopter, as I'm sure you can hear, flying overhead. The only last thing I would add, by way of an update, is having spoken to my security contacts, for them as well, this is a very fluid and ongoing situation as they are trying to assess and trying to piece together exactly what is going on using their intelligence sources, but also things like eyewitness accounts.
Okay, Alistair, Fanai, thank you. We can hear that police helicopter as well. You're about 100 metres or so, maybe a couple of 100 metres away from where we are. Don't forget, we are waiting for a police update. Just off the road there, guys, the police are coming through. We are waiting for a police update, and that police update is likely to be within the next 10 minutes or so, is what we're hearing from Scotland Yard. They have already told us, though, that it is being treated as a terrorist incident for now. Whether it's one incident or two and whether they are linked, hopefully we'll hear more from the police in around about 10 minutes' time. We just got this still that we'd like to show to you. You can see there's a man on the ground. Just looking at those images, a man on the ground being surrounded by police officers. As far as the geography of that shot is concerned, not really sure, but the cobbles might suggest that it is in Old Palace Yard as we hear more sirens. That's an ambulance heading just out of the direction. His legs are bare, as you can see from that image, and we are anticipating at this stage that I'm afraid to have to tell you that according to Sky sources within the last few moments, as we continue to look at that image of who is potentially a man that tried to stab a police officer inside the Palace of Westminster, or within the confines of the Palace of Westminster, that 2 people are now reportedly dead as a result of this terror incident in central London. Mark White is with us. Mark, several other people injured, but the latest we're hearing, according to Sky sources, is that at least 2 people have been confirmed dead. What more do we know?
Yeah, a source just confirming that to me in the last couple of minutes, Kay. Information that he has that now 2 people have died as a result of the incident that has unfolded outside the palaces of Westminster and on Westminster Bridge. Now, in terms of that second fatality, we know that the first fatality was a woman who died. We were told by a doctor at St Thomas's Hospital that there are other people that are being treated there with catastrophic injuries. What we don't know with regard to the second fatality is whether that is someone who was struck by the vehicle on Westminster Bridge and also outside the palaces of Westminster. We should add that there are 3 separate scenes here, Kay. There is Westminster Bridge, where up to a dozen people, we understand, were knocked down. Then there is outside the palaces of Westminster, where this 4x4 Hyundai vehicle smashed into the main railings there. A number of other people injured there. And then in the palaces of Westminster itself, just in the Old Palace Yard, a police officer was stabbed and the alleged attacker was shot by armed officers who were nearby the palaces of Westminster at the time. We don't know if the latest fatality that is being reported to us was anyone connected with the 2 other incidents away from Westminster Bridge. What we do know is that in about 5-6 minutes' time from now, Commander B.J. Harrington, senior officer at Scotland Yard, I was with him just at the weekend on a counter-terrorism exercise on the River Thames, will be making a statement in which he's expected to give a bit more detail on the unfolding incident and perhaps shed a bit more light on the injuries suffered by that police officer. We believe initial reports suggest he was seriously injured, but at this stage we have no further details than that, except he was seriously injured and taken to St Thomas's Hospital. But the information that a source has just told me with regard to the overall number of dead and injured at the moment is that there are 2 confirmed fatalities, multiple people that have been injured. Some of those, according to an earlier source, a doctor at St Thomas's Hospital, have suffered catastrophic injuries.
Okay. For now, thank you, Mark. I know you'll continue to update us as and when you get more. We are expecting more from Scotland Yard very shortly Indeed, they have already confirmed that this is being treated as a terrorist incident. We've heard from Mark there that Sky sources telling us that 2 people are now confirmed dead. One of them, a woman. We'll get more information and update you on that. We can also tell you that people are still trapped on the London Eye, which is just across the river from, you actually go across Westminster Bridge in order to get to the London Eye. People are being kept in those pods for their own safety. We are being told that they will be taken off one at a time as and when it becomes safe for them. Looking at Old Palace Yard as well, and we believe that that is where one man was tackled to the ground by the police. And Robert is with us still. Robert, so this guy who was in Old Palace Yard, as we're looking at these images now, we don't know who he is, we don't know whether he was in the vehicle, but we do know that he was stopped by the police and he had a knife and he potentially attacked a police officer.
That's right. I mean, from what we hear from the eyewitnesses that we have spoken to, he appeared to be in either his 30s or his 40s of Asian appearance, and as you say, once he got into Old Palace Yard, that is when he appears to have attacked the police officer, stabbed him with a knife, and again eyewitnesses saying between 7 and 8 inches, so a long bladed knife. Then he was shot by the colleagues of the injured police officer, and we have now, of course, mobile phone footage of that man apparently lying on the ground in Old Palace Yard. But who he is, whether he was working with somebody else, whether he was the man at the wheel of the car that has caused those number of injuries and eventually ended up crashing into the railings outside the Palace of Westminster, we just don't know yet.
Terrorist incident at the heart of Parliament.
And as Mark was pointing out, just a few days after, carried out an anti-terror demonstration, you know, to show how ready they were, that was on the river, that just went past Westminster Bridge. I mean, this is just a few days ago. Obviously, Parliament, London, along with other capitals, has been on a state of alert for the last few years after terrorist attacks around Europe that you and I have covered over the past few years. And so the response, as you would imagine, was extremely quick. We understand 6 minutes from the time that this initial incident happened on Westminster Bridge to police arriving there. But obviously you can imagine the confusion, not just the hundreds of people who work in this part of town, but also the thousands of tourists who stand routinely on Westminster Bridge taking photographs of Big Ben and the cars going in and out of Parliament. But also, as I was explaining earlier, Wednesday is a very busy day in Parliament. So there are a lot of MPs going to and fro as well after Prime Minister's questions, as well as those tourists outside, as well as a number of people working on the roads on Parliament Square. It was an extremely busy scene, and obviously a busy scene that became a chaotic one after this car appeared to mount the pavement on Westminster Bridge.
That was an interesting scene that I just saw as we were chatting then. That was a police officer driving a satellite truck. Now, you wouldn't normally, but that presumably that will help with their own communications as they try to coordinate exactly what is going on, perhaps moving Goal Command to here, I don't know.
And communications in and out, as we've been experiencing when everybody's up here with their mobile phones trying to send videos. Obviously the demand on data grows and they become less reliable. It's much harder to get a phone signal out, and of course it's vital now that they are communicating information, as you say, both in and out, and they need that to be done quickly and rapidly. So they will bring in their own kind of comms backup, their own comms unit to facilitate that.
And one of the big challenges for the security services now, of course, is that they have hundreds of MPs that are still in lockdown in the building behind us. Straight to Scotland Yard.
In the area of Parliament Square, and the Senior National Coordinator has declared this a terrorist incident. And although we remain open-minded to the motive, a full counter-terrorism investigation is already underway. This is led by the Met's Counter-Terrorism Command. At this stage, I will confirm what we know has happened, but I will not speculate. We received a number of different reports, which included a person in the river, a car in collision with pedestrians, and a man armed with a knife. Officers were already in that location as part of routine policing. But immediately additional officers were sent to the scene, and that included firearms officers. We are working closely with the London Ambulance Service and the London Fire Brigade. I'd like to repeat our request for the public to avoid the following areas: Parliament Square, Whitehall, Westminster Bridge, Lambeth Bridge, Victoria Street up to the junction with Broadway, and the Victoria Embankment up to Embankment Tube Station. This is to allow emergency services to deal with this ongoing incident. There is an ongoing investigation being led by the Counter-Terrorism Command, and we would ask anybody who has images or film of the incident to pass those to the police. We know there are a number of casualties, including police officers, but at this stage we cannot confirm numbers or the nature of these injuries. Our response will be ongoing for some time, and it is important that we gather all possible information and evidence. Public safety is our top priority, and we are reviewing our policing stance across London and throughout the capital this afternoon. There will be additional officers on duty and deployed across the capital. I would like to ask the public to remain vigilant and let us know if they see anything suspicious that causes them concern, and if they do, to dial 999 immediately. The Acting Commissioner, Craig Mackey, is being treated as a significant witness, as he was at the scene when the incident started. Whilst he is not injured, it would be inappropriate for him to be here to talk about the incident at this stage. Our thoughts and his thoughts are with all of those involved and responding to that incident this evening. I would stress that if anyone has information about today's incident, they are urged to call 0800 789 321. And I would stress, if the public have any information or see anything suspicious, to dial 999 immediately.
At this stage, does the incident seem to be over?
I'm not going to speculate. You'll see the response that we've got here, officers responding. I want to stress that it's our priority to keep London safe. People going home this evening will see additional officers deployed, both armed and unarmed, across London in order to achieve that aim.
Gunshots fired, gunshots fired.
I've told you what information I have, and we will continue to keep you updated as we find things out. I'm not prepared to speculate. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to thank you very much for your time here this evening. I would absolutely stress to the public, one priority, working with our partners.
Okay, so armed and unarmed officers deployed to keep Londoners safe this evening is what we're being told. We also heard that several people have been injured, including police officers. No confirmation of fatalities, but Sky sources telling us that at least 2 people have died as a result of this terrorist incident right in the centre of London this afternoon. Mark White, our Home Affairs correspondent, has been monitoring what the police have had to say for us, is still with us. Mark, didn't give us that much.
No, I mean, in these incidents, the police certainly confirm the bare minimum of facts, but there was significant information in there as well in terms of this absolutely is now being treated as a terrorist incident, that it is, for all intents and purposes, still an ongoing incident. We have many officers still carrying out a systematic search of the palaces of Westminster, looking for any other attackers that might be there. Although we are working on the theory that there was one attacker armed with a knife, these are, by their very nature, fast-moving and confusing incidents, and it is possible there could be other people, and that's why the police, out of an abundance of caution, and because they've also seen many incidents and terrorist-related incidents in other cities around the world where you have multiple attackers and multiple scenes, they have to make sure that everything is locked down and safe. On the right of the picture there, Kay, are the officers from the Counter-Terrorism Specialist Firearms Command. They are part of SCO 19 firearms unit from the Metropolitan Police, but they are the elite. They train regularly to counter the threat of a terrorist attack, and they have been involved in these systematic searches at the palaces of Westminster. At the moment, what the police are doing clearly is to try to get on top of what has happened intelligence-wise. They want to establish whether this was a lone incident involving one attacker, or whether there could be multiple incidents, because again, we have seen just a year ago, in fact, this is the first anniversary of the devastating attacks in Brussels, that there wasn't just one scene. There was the bombing scene at the airport, and then there was another attack at a metro station across the city. So the police are mindful of that. They've seen this pattern before. So that's why you see, for instance, where Alistair Bunkle is at outside the London Eye, that big public gathered areas where many people gather get locked down as well, and they slowly but surely make sure these areas are safe. So that's why we're seeing this kind of approach by the emergency services and by the police. They also want Kay to send out a message of reassurance. They're dealing with this incident here, which is one terrorist incident, we believe, but it has three components. And the first component, of course, was that devastating attack on the bridge where this car ploughed into up to a dozen people, we're told, on the bridge, resulting in some absolutely horrific injuries and the death, we believe, of one woman. Then the vehicle careered down the road into Parliament Square itself and smashed into the fence, the perimeter fence around the palaces of Westminster. Now, a source told me that there are other injured people from that scene as well, people that were on the pavement just at the spot where the vehicle smashed into the fence. And then, of course, we had the third incident that where the alleged attacker left the vehicle, managed somehow to wrestle his way through the gates there and into Old Palace Yard in the grounds of the palaces of Westminster proper. And it was there that there was this confrontation with a police officer. That officer, we're told, was stabbed. At this stage, we don't have a condition on the officer, but a source told me that he was seriously injured. And also, we're told that the attacker himself was shot by a police officer. That attacker shot multiple times. We've seen a picture that is on the Mail Online website that shows the attacker, the alleged attacker, on a stretcher receiving CPR from paramedics as he's put into the back of an ambulance. Let's just remind ourselves of what Commander B.J. Harrington from the Metropolitan Police just said to us on the steps of New Scotland Yard just a couple of minutes ago.
Since 2:40 this afternoon, the MPS has responded to an incident in the area of, and the Senior National Coordinator has declared this a terrorist incident. And although we remain open-minded to the motive, a full counter-terrorism investigation is already underway. This is led by the Met's Counter-Terrorism Command. At this stage, I will confirm what we know has happened, but I will not speculate. We received a number of different reports, which included a person in the river, a car in collision with pedestrians, and a man armed with a knife. Officers were already in that location as part of routine policing, but immediately additional officers were sent to the scene, and that included firearms officers.
So that is Commander B.J. Harrington from the Metropolitan Police, a man with a lot of experience in dealing with the threat from terrorism. I was at an exercise with him just at the weekend on Sunday there, where his officers, his specialist, counter-terrorism specialist firearms officers, were exercising, enacting a scenario with hostages on the River Thames. And now today, just a few days later, he finds himself in the midst of a terrorist attack for real, and a significant event that is unfolding here in the heart of central London, outside the palaces of Westminster, where a vehicle ploughed onto the pavement on Westminster Bridge for a considerable distance across that bridge, striking multiple people. We're told that up to a dozen have been injured, some of those with horrific injuries. One person, we're told, a woman died on the bridge. Then there was another incident where people were injured when that same vehicle, having rounded the corner into Parliament Square, smashed into the front fence, the perimeter fence around the palaces of Westminster. Other people injured and treated by paramedics at the scene. The alleged attacker, we understand.
All right, guys, I just want to check in with you. I'm Molly Nevola here at Fox 5 DC in the digital newsroom here, bringing you live coverage from Sky News over in London. You've been watching this horrific scene unfold and some of the details about the injuries. I want to bring you now to just a quick tweet that we have from footage of one of the first doctors who was on Westminster Bridge. She describes the scene and describes that first person dead. Now we're hearing that 2 have been confirmed dead. Take a look at this.
A big head injury, big massive laceration to his head. That was probably the primary injury actually.
And this is all on one patient?
Oh, that's the one. He's just gone off to King's, so...
Right, OK, but we've noticed at least 6 or 7 people being put into ambulances, I've counted.
There's more, to be honest.
There's more?
I don't know.
How many have you seen personally, would you say there have been?
I walked past about 9 injuries, but some weren't so insignificant. Somebody wasn't conscious who did regain consciousness and was okay. I can't remember.
So one of the first doctors describing just the scene in the chaos on the bridge. At the time, you're still looking at these live pictures, kind of a split screen here of police dealing with this situation. And we're just going to keep taking a listen to our coverage of Sky News. Once again, I'm Molly here at Fox 5, local Channel 5 in D.C., bringing you this live.
Hey, it's Stephen here. Hey, just an email. There's some stuff going on. Might be the last 4 seconds. Big LED.
Don't worry about me.
Okay.
I'm only Abbey Wood now. I'm 35 minutes away from Trinity Road.
Okay, cool.
Work right through.
Yeah, sure. And Benjamin's just saying if we do get some of that, the request is HD. Sure thing.
Yeah,
LED HMI. Or the LED panels.
Some impressive
and also a request for getting coats or a jacket at all possible as well. Alright. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, there is a shoot planning for tomorrow afternoon, mind you, with Kim's team. I wonder if she's aware of that.
Well, they're actually.
Yeah. So midday onwards.
Okay. I was thinking what night we've got.
With the sport for the sports side. I think it's Formula 1. So she might have to do the check on that one here. I've got two big batteries in it. There was three lights on, so I think that's going to keep me going for quite some time. I've used it for a while. How long are these batteries? So the guy says Jerry on that, how long are these batteries? The light itself is pretty much charged up, but I'm now triple charging from one of the batteries. I've got 2. I've got 4
USB charger. Yeah.
4 batteries. One's almost gone, so
I think we're clear now till the next hour, so we've got 3 minutes.
2 hours of battery maybe?
Yes, thank you.
I just need more batteries because I set the battery on where I sit because I do the kit as it isn't used. Yeah, I'm not sure. That's the other problem. I'll have to come down and change batteries, put back up.
Not
2 or 3.
Yes, I can. Sorry about that.
Just be aware Westminster.
Yeah, boy.
Yes, I do.
Oi, oi. Yep.
We got Waterloo and jumped to cab here, actually. Shaved a few minutes. Yeah, I'm fine, still through some
Ja, reed bij jou. Ja, it's not so bad once it gets dark.
Let's just book us around the Lear, I'll get me home. It's up to you, if you want to get me outside, I'm happy either way. Either way.
I'm an Uber. Okay. What's more?
Today, Sky FBI sources saying at least 2 people have died. There have been 2 separate incidents. The car mowed down several people on Westminster Bridge. That vehicle then ploughed towards the Palace of Westminster, ploughed into the railings there. We also believe that someone went inside the Palace of Westminster. He was eventually stopped by the police. He was shot at least 3 times, is what we're being told. As I said, 2 people are reported to have been killed at least. It's a scene of increased activity here, right in the centre of the Palace of Westminster. And breaking news, I'm just hearing from the Port of London Authority within the last few moments that a woman has been pulled alive from the River Thames, we're being told. A woman has been pulled alive from the River Thames. She had serious injuries. We have no further information than that, but we can tell you that 2 people are reported to have been killed as a result of this terrorist incident in the centre of London this evening. What do we know so far? Here's David Bowden.
In the middle of the afternoon, with Parliament packed, a terror attack on the Palace of Westminster, which left a policeman knifed and his attacker shot in the grounds. Around the corner on Westminster Bridge, carnage as people lay injured on the pavement after a car ploughed into them before smashing into the railings of Parliament itself.
I was just walking across the bridge when suddenly a bus stopped right in front of me and everybody started screaming. And I saw a trainer in the road, and first of all,
A trainer as in a shoe?
A shoe, yeah. And I thought somebody must have been hit by a car. And then I saw a body on the other side of the road, and then there was another body further up. And then when I looked over the side of the bridge, there was another body lying in the water.
We were just on top of the London tour bus.
Yeah.
We were coming over the bridge, and we heard what we thought was gunshot wounds. Not 100% sure, are you? And then we just saw the car. It just went off key and just ploughed into people, and there was one person under the wheel. And then as you looked further along the bridge, there was people just lying down on the floor, and they were shot. I would say I probably saw about maybe 10 bodies on there. But then it all happened so quickly, and the emergency services came, and we came off the bridge and just got as far away as possible.
Within minutes, parliamentary proceedings were halted and the chamber locked down.
I am now going to suspend the sitting of the House. This House is now suspended, but please wait here.
The Prime Minister was rushed to safety by her protection detail.
I've never seen the Prime Minister moved away by the biggest plainclothes security policeman I've ever seen. Put his arm around her and took her very, very quickly away. And we could see that she was taken to her car. Automatic weapons were produced by the security detail, and she was very, very rapidly moved to safety.
Police cleared the entire area around Westminster as a fleet of ambulances moved onto the bridge and began treating the victims, mown down by the car as it sped towards Parliament. Many stood no chance of getting out of the way. Those that saw it will never forget it. Paramedics crowded round their individual patients along most of the length of the bridge. Specialist counter-terrorism firearms police moved in to secure the area and sweep it for any other potential threats. Even the London Eye, which overlooks the Thames at Westminster, was temporarily shut down, those on board having to wait to be given the all-clear. Tonight, the area is still locked down as terror came back to the streets of London. David Bowden, Sky News.
Becoming clearer all the time about those that have been injured. We're hearing from our Home Affairs correspondent Mark White that 3 police officers are reported to have been injured. I'm also hearing, Mark, that French media reporting 3 of the injured are French students. That not yet confirmed. What can you tell us about the officers that have been injured?
Well, we had been working on the information that 1 police officer was injured, an officer who was stabbed as he confronted the attacker who'd managed to get inside to the Old Palace Yard at the Palaces of Westminster. Sources telling us now that a number of officers have been injured. We believe up to 3 officers injured, and that would make sense because this vehicle, having careered into people on Westminster Bridge, came round, we're told, into Parliament Square, smashed into the perimeter fence, at the palaces of Westminster, injuring a number of other people. And we understand there may have been a struggle with police officers and the attacker at that point outside the vehicle. And those, I think, a couple of officers were injured at that point. The attacker, we believe, managed to get into the Old Palace Yard where another officer was stabbed. So that is the information we have at the moment, that we're not just talking about one police officer, but we're talking about multiple officers, perhaps as many as 3, who were injured in the ongoing struggle with this assailant after he smashed into that wall on the perimeter of the Houses of Parliament, and as he struggled to try to get into the palaces of Westminster proper.
Okay, Mark, Fanai, thank you. So what do we know so far? 2 people have died in a major terrorist attack here in central London. It began when a car was driven into pedestrians on Westminster Bridge. It thought the same car then hit more people outside Parliament before the attacker entered the Palace of Westminster and stabbed at least 1 police officer. The assailant was then shot by armed officers, we're told, at least 3 times. Doctors say there may be many people hurt, some with catastrophic injuries. The Prime Minister, she was whisked away from the scene. Parliament remains on lockdown and tourists are trapped still on the London Eye. We're being told that there will be a PM-led Cobra meeting this evening, which means when all of the major security services get together with the Prime Minister to figure out what's happened and to decide what happens next. Just hearing there from Mark White that at least 3 police officers have been injured as a direct result of this terrorist incident today. Also hearing reports from French media. They're reporting that 3 of the injured are French students, is what they are telling us. We're also being told that, remarkably, a woman has been pulled alive from the River Thames. That's what we were hearing within the last few moments. That's breaking news here at Sky News. A woman has been pulled alive from the River Thames. Her condition, as you can imagine, having been in this freezing cold water in March, we need to move out of the way of the emergency services. Just come this way, Jason, then we can see. There we go. Jason Farrell is here with me. Jason, a lot of police activity.
Yeah, I mean, so the scene, the pictures we're getting from the scene now, the kind of the attacks that have happened on this bridge, really is quite a horrific scene. The idea that a woman may have been hit, thrown over the bridge, landing in the river. We've got someone else who's fallen down the stairs, may have been hit by the car and fallen down the stairs and injured themselves that way. And obviously the number of fatalities appear to be rising. The numbers of injuries we're hearing about that are catastrophic, also extremely worrying. The police say they're still keeping an open mind on motive, but it is the anniversary of the attack in Brussels. It does bear the hallmarks of the kind of attacks we've seen in Nice and in Berlin, where someone's used a vehicle. Also, though, reminiscent of what happened with Lee Rigby, where someone's brought a knife with them along and attacked people of authority, such as the police.
Okay. For now, thanks so much indeed. We're just hearing actually that MPs, I was telling you there's a lockdown, so we did actually see the deputy leader, didn't we? He was deputy speaker, I should say. He was asking all of MPs that were still in the chamber to stay in situ, as that was locked down, at least for the time being. Within the last few moments, we're hearing that MPs are being allowed to start leaving the Palace of Westminster and the chamber particularly. We're looking at a shot of Old Palace Yard as you are tuning our way here on Sky News, where one of the attackers, we're not sure whether it is the same person that drove that vehicle into the people who were on Westminster Bridge and subsequently into the railings at Big Ben or just below Big Ben. Not sure if it's the same person or not, but we do know that one person was stopped by police in Palace Yard, and those are the images that we're looking at just at the moment. As I mentioned a second ago, we are also expecting a Cobra meeting that will be chaired by the Prime Minister. That's coming up very shortly. We'll get information from that as soon as that has finished. Just tell us about Cobra, Jason.
Well, Cobra is something that is pulled together when there's an emergency. The Prime Minister might often respond to a terrorist attack, and has done on previous attacks abroad, just to make sure that all security measures are in place. Has something that has happened here changed the scene, changed the development? In fact, it's interesting that only earlier this month, Mark Rowley, who's the head of counter-terrorism, said that they had foiled 13 attacks since 2013, 13 terror attacks, and that they had 500 ongoing terror investigations, live investigations, and that they had had 22,000 calls from the public, which they said had helped them foil these attacks. That's just in the last year. And so there was this sense that there was a growing threat. They were worried about this kind of thing, whether it was a sophisticated attack which could involve multiple players and a large number of casualties, or something that you have to say this is rather more unsophisticated but nonetheless effective. It's nonetheless a very high profile target we're talking about, and it does obviously have a huge impact, and it has obviously cause fatalities, but it's nonetheless what you would call an unsophisticated attack, and that I think was one thing that they were worried about, because it's very, very difficult to see those coming.
Yeah, and there is an Achilles heel here at Westminster, isn't there? And it is that gate that we think that the car has ploughed into.
That gate, I mean, it does, if you walk along there, you've obviously got all those blocks to stop cars getting in and ramming the actual building itself. That gate is normally heavily policed. And what's interesting is it does open quite a lot, because that's where the ministerial cars go in and out. And when that happens, someone could run in, a car could try and ram in. You're right, that is a potential, the only really Achilles heel of the building, especially for someone in a car or a vehicle trying to get in. And it seems as if what's happened, from what we're hearing from Mark White now, is that the car has rammed into that area. They would have been confronted by police on the gate, because there are always police officers on the gate there.
Armed police officers.
And they're always armed. I mean, this is the other thing about this attack. I mean, if you are going to commit a terrorist attack in London and you want to be confronted by armed police, you do it here. Because there are more proportion of armed police in Westminster than anywhere else in London. More security cameras. I mean, I remember filming one of the security cameras once, and police arrived instantly. They are always on high alert, and from everything we're hearing from the MPs inside the building and the journalists to people on the bridge, immediate response. This person could not have expected to survive this attack.
We're not sure what's happened to that person.
We're not sure, but they can't have expected to have come out uninjured.
They have been stopped
they
by
couldn't.
the
They
police.
couldn't have expected to come out uninjured.
Yeah.
And clearly they have been shot. And we heard eyewitnesses reports from MPs inside who heard the shooting, ran from the shooting. I understand Grant Shapps was quite close by. David Davis, the MP for Monmouth, heard the shooting and ran. Some people hit the floor. So this person got within reach, almost, of MPs, people of great importance within the building, but was stopped by the ring of police. Not quite on the perimeter, but certainly as soon as they got in. And there would have been plenty of police officers within that perimeter, because they know that is somewhere where people could try and get in.
Absolutely. And this is Wednesday, so it is Prime Minister's question time. The Prime Minister was actually within the Palace of Westminster as this attack happened.
Yeah.
And we believe that she was, as you would imagine, very, very quickly whisked away.
Yeah, she was moved out of the building. She was moved out of danger. What would happen is they'd go through the procedure to check to see whether anyone else had got into the building, because of course this could have been a distraction to try and help someone else get into. But as we say, the police are keeping an open mind. And one of the other interesting aspects that came out of the police press conference, which we're just about to hear, is that Deputy Commissioner Craig McKee was actually a witness to this. And he's quite a high, obviously Deputy Commissioner, he's quite high. He used to be the Commissioner of Cumbria, where, of course, Derek Bird went on the rampage. So he has full experience of this kind of thing, and it seems as if he was a witness of this attack.
Yeah, we're told that actually Craig McKee, as more ambulances go by now, as you can see from our live position, Craig McKee was actually here at the scene when this incident unfolded. We heard that from Scotland Yard just a short time ago. They held a news conference to update us, and this is what they had to say.
Since 2:40 this afternoon, the MPS has responded to an incident in the area of Parliament Square, and the Senior National Coordinator has declared this a terrorist incident. And although we remain open-minded to the motive, a full counter-terrorism investigation is already underway. This is led by the Met's Counter-Terrorism Command. At this stage, I will confirm what we know has happened, but I will not speculate. We received a number of different reports, which included a person in the river, a car in collision with pedestrians, and a man armed with a knife. Officers were already in that location as part of routine policing, but immediately additional officers were sent to the scene, and that included firearms officers. We are working closely with the London Ambulance Service and the London Fire Brigade. I'd like to repeat our request for the public to avoid the following areas: Parliament Square, Whitehall, Westminster Bridge, Lambeth Bridge, Victoria Street up to the junction with Broadway, and the Victoria Embankment up to Embankment Tube Station. This is to allow emergency services to deal with this ongoing incident. There is an ongoing investigation being led by the Counter-Terrorism Command, and we would ask anybody who has images or film of the incident to pass those to the police. We know there are a number of casualties, including police officers, but at this stage we cannot confirm numbers or the nature of these injuries. Our response will be ongoing for some time, and it is important that we gather all possible information and evidence. Public safety is our top priority, and we are reviewing our policing stance across London and throughout the capital this afternoon. There will be additional officers on duty and deployed across the capital. I would like the public to remain vigilant and let us know if they see anything suspicious that causes them concern, and if they do, to dial 999 immediately. The Acting Commissioner, Craig Mackey, is being treated as a significant witness, as he was at the scene when the incident started. Whilst he is not injured, it would be inappropriate for him to be here to talk about the incident at this stage. Our thoughts and his thoughts are with all of those involved and responding to that incident this evening.
Well, that was the update from Scotland Yard around about 3/4 of an hour or so ago. Since then, Sky sources have confirmed to us that at least 2 people have died as a result of this terror incident in central London, the very heart of Westminster, at lunchtime today. Remarkably, a woman has been pulled alive from the River Thames. We're not sure whether she was pushed into the river after that vehicle mounted the pavement on Westminster Bridge and ploughed into at least a dozen people there, or whether she had jumped into the river in order to try to get away from that vehicle. She has now been recovered from the river. She is in a poorly condition, but she is alive. This is the latest that we're hearing. There was a lockdown of MPs. They could not leave the chamber of the House of Commons for some considerable time. That has just been lifted within the last few moments, and MPs are now being allowed to leave. Just across the river, the other side of Westminster Bridge, London Eye. Just looking at these live helicopter pictures of the vehicle that rammed into the railings in Parliament Square. Now, this is the same vehicle that I was mentioning to you a couple of moments ago that had actually ploughed into at least a dozen people on Westminster Bridge. It then continued on its journey and ploughed into the railings at just in front of Big Ben. In fact, those are live aerial shots as we're speaking to you. As I was saying, MPs are now being allowed out of the chamber of the House of Commons to go about their business again, and we will hope to speak to some of them in the fullness of time. Meantime, the other side of Westminster Bridge, people were trapped on the London Eye there in those pods. It takes around about 35 minutes or thereabouts to go around. They have been kept inside those pods for their own safety for some considerable time. But once again, they are now being allowed to come out of those pods. And Alistair Bunkle is there for us, our defence correspondent. Alistair, what can you see?
All right, thank you very much indeed. We're at St Thomas's. I think we can talk now to John Woodcock, the MP, who heard the gunshots earlier on this afternoon. John Woodcock.
All right, guys, we're getting a little spotty sound on that, but you are watching Fox 5 Live here in Washington, D.C., local Fox coverage. We're getting this in from Sky News in London, so you're watching this whole incident unfold this morning, continuing coverage. I want to read to you now, we got a brief statement from Capitol Police here in D.C., who commented on the incident saying, the United States Capitol Police constantly maintains a level of security necessary to balance openness with public safety. We work very closely with our law enforcement partners and monitor national and world events to provide the level of security required to protect the Capitol complex. So a statement from the United States Capitol Police here in Washington, D.C. Also, you might recall this incident today on Wednesday actually comes on the 1-year anniversary of the terror attacks in Brussels. We were hearing that from some of the reporters over at Sky News. That was a year ago. 32 people were killed, more than 300 injured when ISIS claimed responsibility for this coordinated suicide bombings that were at the airport and a metro station as well. Those bombings were the deadliest terror attack in Belgium's history 1 year ago. So just again, I'm Molly here at Fox 5 DC. You're watching continuing coverage of this breaking news outside of Parliament in London.
Yeah, can you hear me right now? I think that's slightly better. As you were saying, there's a lot of different communications going on around here, so a little bit of interference. We are on the south side of Westminster Bridge. You can see just behind us the watery sun there, Big Ben and the Houses of Parliament. I must say it's probably slightly quieter and calmer here in terms of emergency services being around and about, not quite as frantic as it was when we first arrived a couple of hours ago. But I don't think there are any fewer vehicles here. There are no fewer ambulances. There are still, I can count, about 8 or 9 ambulances on the bridge, and that's all I can see with my eyes. There are potentially more as you sort of head over the bridge and towards the middle of the river. We've been speaking to a number of eyewitnesses who were here at the time or came in the minutes afterwards, and a lot of them giving very similar reports. They saw this car clearly, deliberately targeting people who were on the bridge and running them over and hitting them. All of them said they saw many people injured, lying on the bridge as this car continued to drive over. A lot of people extremely shaken up. I have seen a video, a very graphic video, filmed by one young man who was on the bridge at the time, and it does show some severely injured people, including one person beneath the wheels of a London bus. Another man that we spoke to, Albert, had to leave his car, abandon his car, was told to do so by the police, so that is still on the bridge. And some plainclothes, a team of about 10 plainclothes police have just made their way onto the bridge because, of course, this will not only be a scene, a medical scene, whilst they treat any injured that are still there, but it is a forensic scene as well, so they'll be gathering what they can do. And just a word, Kay, on the Cobra meeting that we're expecting the Prime Minister to chair imminently. Of course, you would expect that the heads of intelligence agencies will be there as well to bring her and other members of the government up to speed. In situations like this, it is common practice for not only the 3 intelligence agencies and the Metropolitan Police in this country to talk to each other very closely and to work very closely with one another in trying to identify who is behind this, the motive, etc. But also they will be speaking to their foreign counterparts, their European counterparts, seeing what information and what intelligence they can gather from anyone that they tend to liaise with around the world, the Americans as well, to see whether they can pick up any sort of chatter, any indications as to who was behind this. But at the moment, from the people I've been speaking to, as you would expect rightly in the hours after an attack like this, it is an incredibly fluid situation, and they have a lot of work to do, and they are doing that now, and they are trying to piece things together, but it is very, very early stages.
Okay. Okay, Alistair, back to you shortly. Going to Darren McCaffrey in just a second, but just want to bring in Jason again. Interesting photographs that are appearing on Twitter. We'll get them to show to you very shortly. But
yeah, Tobias Ellwood, the Minister for Counter-Terrorism, is in amongst it. He looks like he's helping the victims. You can see real shock on his face and blood on his face as well. So it looks as though he was involved in helping some of the victims who've been severely injured by this attack. And then we've also got a picture, the first picture it seems, of the attacker himself on a stretcher. It looks like he has a CPR unit on his chest. In other words, he's been stripped down and they've used CPR on him, and it looks like he's being given oxygen as well. So this is the first suggestion that obviously they've had to try to keep him alive, having shot him after the attack.
His condition as yet unknown. Reports suggesting at least two people have been killed. 3 police officers, according to Sky sources, have been injured, and 3 young primary school students from France, from Brittany, were being told by the French media, have also been caught up in this terrorist incident, been described as a terrorist incident by Scotland Yard, waiting for another update from then. Also waiting for a Cobra meeting that will be led by the Prime Minister. I'm sure we'll have an update from that just as soon as that has concluded. Darren McCaffrey is at the London Eye, where lots of people were trapped on those pods. Darren, what's the latest from where you are?
Indeed, they are, Kane. Hopefully you can see my pictures where you can see that actually dozens of people are being taken off the London Eye, and they're being taken into a building close by where they're going to be interviewed by the police. clearly they could be potential witnesses, because if you don't know the geography of London, the London Eye overlooks the Palace of Westminster and indeed Westminster Bridge. And essentially what happens in incidents like this, particularly in big tourist attractions that are close by, they are shut down, and the London Eye essentially, Kay, has been closed since this incident, and the police in the last half an hour or so have been moving the Eye to offload people pod by pod so that they can go and interview those people. The London Eye tweeted pretty soon after the incident that they are following tried and tested procedures and are in constant contact with all guests inside. The safety and security is their top priority, but they have temporarily halted this tourist attraction. There's an awful lot of police here, and that is clearly because, yes, in an incident like this, something like the London Eye could well be a target, and they need to shut that down when large groups of people do gather. But at the same time, given the position of the London Eye, any people in those pods could potentially be witnesses. And speaking to some people here, they've been held in those pods for, several hours now. Amongst them are dozens of French students who are here visiting London, and people are gathering around here, Kay, clearly to see what is happening. And also, I don't know whether you can see over to the left-hand side, Phil, if you can just show, there are some paramedics, and I've never seen paramedics like that, who've got incredibly big armour on them, essentially, helmets and body vests to protect them. So, you know, clearly it is an ongoing incident here, Kay. The police are interviewing people as they come off the London Eye, simply because they could be eyewitnesses, but there is no sign that this tourist attraction is going to open anytime soon. And for the people that are still stuck up there, and if I look up, you know, right up almost to the top, there are still people stuck there, and they will be here for a long time to come.
Okay, Darren, for now, thank you. Just hearing from some sources saying that a man has been taken into A&E at St Thomas's Hospital. Now, just to give you an idea, St Thomas's Hospital is literally just the other side of where the House of Commons is. So the Westminster Bridge, where the incident first began, and where the man that we think has now been taken to the A&E department ploughed into at least a dozen people on the bridge there, just the other side. We're being told a man has just been taken into A&E at St Thomas's on a gurney, flanked by several very heavily armed police officers. That would suggest potentially that that man is still alive. No confirmation as to his condition. We have heard from the police actually within the last three-quarters of an hour or so. Let's take you to Scotland Yard now to get the very latest. Lewis is there for us. Lewis?
Yes, absolutely. About 45 minutes ago, we heard from Commander B.J. Harrington, who spoke to various journalists, not giving us a huge number of details, it has to be said, but confirming that there had been a number of casualties, one fatality, a woman, and casualties including police. Intriguingly, also confirming that one of the key witnesses to the event was, in fact, the acting commissioner of the Metropolitan Police, and said he would be recusing himself from monitoring the investigation because it wouldn't be appropriate. We do believe there may be another statement here in about 20 minutes' time, and of course we'll bring that to you if and when we get it.
Okay, for now, thank you. So another statement from the police. As you can imagine, this is a very fluid situation. Police will be updating us all the time. Jason Farrell is here with me as well. Jason, that was just a snapshot, if you will, as to where our correspondents are. It's a very contained area where this situation has developed, terrorist incident as the police have described it, but about three separate locations.
Yeah, so we're talking about the first one, which is sort of over my shoulder on the bridge. You can still see London buses. I don't know how well the camera can see behind me, but London buses stacked up on the bridge there, and they have then come round here in the vehicle that's obviously gone onto the, and just at the front gate there of the Palace of Westminster, slammed into the barriers. There's been some kind of altercation outside where police officers have been injured, and then they've managed to get into the gates where, again, eventually, after an altercation, the suspect has been shot. Now, I was talking to you about Tobias Ellwood, who was obviously involved in helping out. And he is a terrorism minister, and he's also the MP for Bournemouth. And he was, in fact, his brother was killed in the Bali attack. He was giving mouth-to-mouth, I understand, to one of the police officers who had been attacked by this, who had been stabbed. So that's the latest detail I have from inside the Westminster, House of Westminster. They're also saying that a lot of the MPs and even some of the cabinet were being kept in Westminster Hall, which is just off the main yard where the attack happened. And I also understand that quite a lot of MPs heard the attack, they heard the gunfire, and some of them hit the floor, some of them ran.
That they train for.
Yeah, they're absolutely, and I mean MPs as well are told, you know, if you hear a gunfire go off, you run in the opposite, you try and work out where it is and run in the opposite direction. So they would have been absolutely expecting that this kind of thing could happen.
Okay. Let's just look at, we've got some viewer video for you. Now, we have had a look at this, and we're comfortable to show it to you at this stage. You're watching Sky News.
All right, guys, Molly Nevola here in the Fox 5 DC Fox 5 Live studio. Digital studio, bringing you those live aerials of the incident in London outside of Parliament. I'm going to bring you also, the White House press briefing is about to start here in Washington. I'm going to bring that in the corner of your screen when it does start. I want to see if Sean Spicer says anything about the incident or what President Trump has perhaps said about it. So when that starts, we'll bring it up, but we'll keep this footage on for you. So continuing coverage of this breaking news event outside of Parliament.
Shot him, bloke was running with a knife. They shot him. Police was trying to get him, he come running down there.
Okay, so what we saw there was an incident where there seemed to be some people running away from the scene. Obviously, they were aware of this vehicle that had ploughed into the railings. They tried to move away as quickly as they could. And then a short time after that, we heard the gunshots. Probably about 3 or 4, difficult to tell at this early stage. Certainly we believe that police had been firing at a man who had managed to get inside the confines of the Palace of Westminster, almost in front of Big Ben there. That's the gate that we were telling you about that is potentially incredibly vulnerable. So this is raw footage that we're looking at, Jason. This is shot by a Sky News viewer. Police incredibly quickly on the scene. I know that police are always, armed police always here, but other police very quickly on the scene too.
And you can see there actually on that footage that the gate is open. And you can see that there are just very small fences around that gate area, which would be easy to get through. As we were saying, this is a kind of slightly exposed area when it comes to a potential weakness in the building. Although you have got those big wrought iron gates, so when they're closed, they're pretty hard to get through. The other thing I noticed from that footage is that a police car has pulled up along the side, and you see police officers running out, because you have police officers all around the square. And I believe we're going to be able to show some pictures now.
We are actually. Now, we think this is a suspect. We've talked a lot about a man that was seen on the ground in Old Palace Yard. We've talked about a man being given CPR. We've talked about a man being given mouth-to-mouth. We have also heard about a man that has been taken on a gurney into St Thomas's Hospital, heavily armed. A lot of police officers around that man. That would suggest that he's potentially still alive. Mark White has got more for us. Mark, what more can you tell us?
Yeah, well, sources confirming to us that this is indeed the man that they believe to be the attacker, a man who was wielding a knife after crashing that vehicle into the perimeter fence around the Houses of Parliament. You can see that he's being worked on there by medical staff with police in close attendance, armed officers. Another thing that you can probably make out if you strain is the knife on the ground, and it looks like a large kitchen knife. Now, just to tell you what that is in relation to the screen furniture there, you can see the yellow breaking news logo that we have there. Just above that, it's now come down, but effectively you can see it just on the cobblestone there, behind that man in the white shirt, and just in front of one of the armed officers there, between the two individuals. It's a large kitchen knife with a black handle. The knife that we understand the attacker was wielding as he left that vehicle, and the information that we have at this stage is that multiple police officers were attacked and injured, up to 3 injured from the information that we have got. Those casualty figures are always quite slow in coming out officially. What we're told, though, is that Assistant Commissioner Mark Rowley, who is the UK's most senior counter-terrorism officer in charge of counter-terrorism command at Scotland Yard, will be making a statement in about 15 minutes' time outside New Scotland Yard. You can see that knife there now in close-up, just behind the man there with the white shirt and the blue trousers, and in front of the armed officers there. It's from the looks of it there, it looks like one of those large kitchen knives that you can really find in any kitchen up and down the country, and that's what makes these attacks very difficult to guard against, because they are devastating in nature, but they are actually very low-tech in terms of the planning that's required. You only have to get yourself a vehicle, as clearly this attacker had that Hyundai 4x4 vehicle, and get yourself a knife, and that is all that was required to cause the absolute devastation that we saw on Westminster Bridge from fairly early on at the start of Westminster Bridge until right down towards the Houses of Parliament. That vehicle was up on the pavement, careering into pedestrians who were on that bridge, and anybody that knows that particular bridge, even at this time of year, it's very busy with tourists who flock to central London to see the Houses of Parliament and Big Ben. We can speak now to Sky's policing analyst, Graham Wetton. Now, Graham, of course, in terms of the investigation as it goes on, they'll want to establish who this individual is. They have him in custody, we know that, but the priority, of course, will be to find out whether there are any other individuals out there who may be planning similar attacks.
Mark, yeah, that's key for the investigation team, is to start looking at the background, any accomplices or support that this individual has had. So that would be key to them at the first initial, to find out who he is and what his background is, where he came from today, where the car's come from, what was in the car, any identity documents at all, and also the support, any support or assistance this man has had to get where he got today.
And former officer Peter Kirkham is alongside you there, lending his expertise to this. Peter, obviously a really horrifying event for members of the public there, but for the police officers who have to put themselves on the front line to try to tackle this attacker, end up being injured themselves. And we're told actually that the acting assistant commissioner of the Metropolitan Police was there on scene in Parliament at the time and, you know, helped out in the immediate aftermath of this incident.
Yes, indeed, Mark. I mean, our thoughts are with the families, friends and colleagues of the officers that have been injured, and we're praying for the best. They're the officers that run to the danger, and very graphically here, because there's so much footage in real time, we see quite dramatically officers running towards the danger and everybody else running away. That is what police officers do out of sight of cameras all day and every day, all across the country, and we mustn't forget that.
And we saw on our user video from one of the Sky viewers and his mobile phone, you saw an armed response vehicle just pulling up at the front gates there into the main courtyard inside Parliament, and that was really within seconds of the incident that was unfolding. The fact is, as we know, Peter, the armed response capability in the capital has been increased significantly. That will have been very important in preventing more injuries here.
Very much so, and this situation has happened probably at the ideal place, if you see what I mean, from the point of view of a police firearms response. You couldn't get anywhere in the country that's got more firearms officers within easy reach. I suspect the firearms officers were already en route as a result of calls about what was happening on the bridge already. and then they arrive, as we saw in that footage, probably about a minute or two after that has happened. Now, that's, you know, very telling that, you know, if this was happening somewhere else, would that be possible? And if not, what would the outcome have been? There needs to be a very careful debrief of this. There's so much footage, there's so much information around that this will be a huge learning opportunity.
And all right, guys, you're watching Fox 5 live coverage of this incident outside Parliament in the UK. You can see we have a little box in the corner. We're getting ready for the White House press briefing with Sean Spicer. We are going to bring you that live to see what he has to say. We'll leave this footage, of course, in the corner of your screen in the upper left-hand corner box so you can get that continued coverage of what's happening over in London. But coming up next, White House press briefing with Sean Spicer.
We understand that up to 3 officers were attacked outside Parliament as this man struggled to get into Westminster. Those 3 officers suffered varying degrees of injuries, but the information that we're getting now as we reintroduce Kay Burley here is that one of those police officers has died as a result of the stab injuries he received.
Mark, for people just tuning our way, I know that you were talking about this earlier and telling us that 3 officers had been injured originally. The reports were that 1 officer had been injured, and from what you're telling us now, Sky sources saying one of those officers has died.
Initially, we had thought, Kay, that 1 officer had been stabbed. Obviously, in the early instance or the early stages of any unfolding incident like this, details can be confused and eyewitnesses have differing accounts, and the official information that we had, certainly from a source, was that 1 officer had been injured, had been stabbed in a confrontation with the attacker. It subsequently has come our way from a source that multiple officers were injured, possibly up to 3, and we believe with may have been stab injuries as well. One of those officers,
which the United Kingdom is treating as an act of terrorism, and we applaud the quick response that the British police and their first responders made to the situation. The victims in this are in our thoughts and our prayers. The City of London and Her Majesty's government have the full support of the U.S. government in responding to the attack and bringing those to justice who are responsible. We will provide you with further updates as warranted, and as I mentioned, a readout of the President's call with the Prime Minister. Turning to the events of today, this morning the President received his daily intelligence briefing. He stopped by in the Women in Healthcare panel hosted by the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Systems Administrator Seema Verma, and also that event was tended by the Vice President and the Health and Human Services Secretary, Dr. Tom Price. Healthcare professionals have seen the challenges of implementing Obamacare firsthand. They're a valuable asset to the President and his team as we continue to consider and enact policies like the American Health Care Act that will make healthcare more accessible and affordable for everyone. The women who were at the roundtable today represent the physicians, nurses, pharmacists, and administrators who make sure that people around the country receive the necessary preventative and life-saving care that they need every day. The doctors who attend to the patients in the family practices, emergency rooms, and clinics, and those who support them on the administrative and technical sides are one of our country's most treasured resources. With the passage of the American Health Care Act and the rest of the President's health care reform agenda, everyone, regardless of their financial situation, will be able to take full advantage of this resource. That's why at last count, over 40 major associations have expressed their support for the American Health Care Act, with several of them including the U.S. Chamber, the National Federation of Independent Businesses, and just today the National Taxpayers Union calling it a key vote. Following his appearance at the panel, the President and his Legislative Affairs team hosted several members of the House of Representatives for another meeting on the American Health Care Act. The President acknowledged, as he has before, that the AHCA is only one step in the larger process of fixing the broken healthcare system created by Obamacare, but it's an essential first step. Undoing and fixing all of the misguided policies is going to require a holistic, multi-step process. And that's why the President and his team are fully committed to maintaining an open line of communication with Capitol Hill leadership throughout this entire process. Throughout the weeks since the ACH was first introduced, they have been meeting with Republican members from across the political spectrum, many of them who we've seen move from no to yes, as they learn more about the legislation and amendments that have been adopted. Continued coordination between administrative and legislative actions will ensure that our new healthcare system is effective and efficient. This afternoon, the President will meet with the Congressional Black Caucus's Executive Committee. The President has brought in and will continue to hear from representatives of all interests as he continues to note that he is the President of all Americans. Diversity makes our nation strong, and it also means that we don't necessarily agree on every policy item, but that we continue to have a dialogue towards productive policies that help America move forward. The President looks forward to discussing the CBC's policy priorities and finding ways that they can work together where those priorities align. This evening, the President will have dinner with Secretary of State Tillerson. Today, at the State Department, Secretary Tillerson hosted the foreign ministers and senior leaders of the global coalition working to defeat ISIS for the first meeting of the full coalition of 68 members since December of 2014. This meeting follows up on the Defense Ministerial Secretary Mattis hosted last month in Brussels. The coalition is united in the fight against ISIS, and this meeting seeks to accelerate international efforts to defeat ISIS in the remaining areas it holds in Iraq and Syria, while maximizing pressure on its branches and networks. This meeting is part of our whole-of-government approach to defeating ISIS. The Trump administration will use all of the tools of national power in coordination with our international powers to cut off ISIS's funding, expand intelligence sharing, and deny ISIS geographic and online safe havens. Also today over on the Hill, Judge Gorsuch, in his second day of questioning by the Senate Judiciary Committee, during his nearly 12 hours of questioning yesterday, now at least I know how someone else feels, the judge continued to prove himself an enormously qualified jurist that Americans will all be proud to see on the Supreme Court. It's not surprising that Senate Democrats are failing to gain traction for any of their pot shots and opposition to Judge Gorsuch. There's simply not enough politicizing in the Senate Democrats can do to hide the fact that Judge Gorsuch is an immensely qualified and thoughtful jurist with a lifelong dedication to our Constitution. A few administrative notes before I take your question. Last night, we formally announced that the President will travel to Brussels for the May 25th meeting of NATO heads of state and government. During this meeting, the President looks forward to reaffirming our commitment to NATO and discussing critical issues to the alliance, especially allied responsibility sharing and NATO's role against the fight against terrorism. The President will also host NATO Secretary General Stoltenberg to the White House on April 12th. Today, the President declared major disaster exists in the state of Wyoming and ordered federal assistance to supplement state, tribal, and local recovery efforts in the areas affected by a severe winter storm and straight-line winds that occurred in February. We also announced that the President will deliver this year's commencement address at Liberty University on May 13th. The President's proud to call Liberty's President, Jerry Falwell, his wife Becky, and their entire family as friends, and looks forward to celebrating the success of this amazing graduating class on such a momentous occasion. Finally, a few minutes ago, many of you may have seen that the chairman of the House Intelligence Committee, Devin Nunes, gave remarks on the surveillance collected on individuals associated with the President. Let me quote him directly. Quote, I recently confirmed that on numerous occasions, the intelligence community incidentally collected information about U.S. citizens involved in the Trump transition. Details about U.S. persons associated with the incoming administration, details with little or no apparent foreign intelligence value were widely disseminated in the intelligence community reporting. And third, I have confirmed that additional names of Trump transition team members were unmasked. And fourth, and finally, I want to be clear, none of this surveillance was related to Russia or the investigation of Russian activities or the Trump team. My understanding is that Chairman Nunes is coming to the White House later to brief the President on this development, and we will have a readout for that meeting once it occurs. With that, I'd be glad to take your questions. Mara.
Two questions, one on Nunes and then healthcare. Is your understanding that this, none of these unmasked names were leaked?
I don't know. I literally read the statement, or heard the statement, came out and briefed it. It was wrapping up as we were beginning this.
Okay. Today, in the pool spray, the President said, keep your doctor, keep your plan. Didn't work out that way. You didn't get your doctor, you don't get your plan. This is one of the reasons we have to repeal Obamacare. Is the President assuring people who currently like their plan or like their doctor that under the American Health Care Act they can keep their doctor and their plan?
Well, that's the hope. And what I mean by that is not to be cute, but last time they were promised something that didn't turn out. I can't promise something that a doctor stays in a plan or a plan stays there. But that's a bit different. We understand that we're letting market forces come into play here. Competition, doctors can change what insurances they take, plans can come in and out of markets. What I think we can be assured of is a couple things. One is that currently, under Obamacare, premiums are set to continue to skyrocket. We've seen an average of 25%. We've noted before in Arizona they've gone up 116%. I think there's no question that the additional competition and amendments that have been brought into this discussion will help lower the trajectory of that, number one. Number two is I think that there's going to see greater choice. So I think those are the things that we're willing to talk about being part of this plan, because you can't, where they erred last time is went out and made promises that they couldn't keep. And I think that one of the problems that they did is that they've tried to suppress market forces and competition, and instead of lowering costs and increasing choice, which is what they sought to do, it did the opposite. So that's where this is headed, and I think that's important. John.
Thanks so much, Sean. On the AHCA, Mark Meadows, who appears to be a firm no in terms of his opposition to the replacement bill, said that 25 members of the Freedom Caucus are opposed to this replacement bill. Do you dispute those numbers?
I'm not going to share our whip count. I know we saw Lou Barletta, who was a hard no, come out and say he's yes. Steve King, I believe, had been a no. He's a yes. Member by member, we're seeing tremendous support flow in our direction, and the count keeps getting stronger for us. So I'm not going to start to get into yes or no's, but I would just say that, former Congressman Mulvaney, now director of OMB Mulvaney, who is a leader in that caucus, has been a very strong advocate of this policy. As you know, he's been up on the Hill talking to his former colleagues, assuring them of the effort and why the process has to go the way it does. But I'm optimistic in the sense of what we're seeing and the trajectory that this is going and the number of votes that are flowing our way, not the other way.
And on the confirmation hearing for Judge Neil Gorsuch, I have not seen any Democrat come out in support of Judge Gorsuch just yet. Do you anticipate that you'll get Democratic support on this particular nomination?
I hope and believe so. I think that there have been several that have been spoken very positively. I think he's been extremely impressive throughout this confirmation process. And you've heard members, both in the Senate, on the committee, and then a lot of outside voices comment on how well he's done, how qualified he is. And I think it's tough for anybody to say that he's not immensely qualified for this position. Alexis.
Sean, related to Congressman Nunes, can you explain why the White House has agreed to meet with him at all about what his findings are? And the reason I ask that is because the minute that Director Comey said that there was an official investigation, it might appear as if the White House is interfering with the investigation, and Congressman Nunes should present his information not to the White House but to the FBI. So why is anyone here at the White House agreeing to meet with him about his findings?
We'll have a readout for you after that meeting. I think he did this press conference. He made the announcement that he was coming up to see the president to share these findings. I don't know who else he shared them with. I don't know, to your question, I don't know if he's briefed anyone else on it in terms of the intelligence community, either Admiral Rogers or Comey, or whether this is something they shared with him. But I think as after the meeting, hopefully, depending on the classification level, we may be able to share more on that with you.
Is the president concerned at all that there will be an appearance immediately today that he has interfered with an ongoing investigation, whether it's a congressional investigation or the executive branch investigation, by meeting privately with a congressman who says he has information?
So let me get this straight. Number one, we asked, as you know, 2 weeks ago, we said this was the appropriate venue. Number two, you guys have asked us over and over again, why aren't we meeting with certain individuals? The chairman of the committee, that one of the two committees that we asked to look into this, wants to share his findings. I don't, or what he knows. I think that is exactly how we've talked about this working. But I would leave it to Congressman Nunes to come up and to brief and share his thoughts. I don't know what his plan is. Obviously, he briefed the media before he briefed us. He went down and talked about what he had found. So, it's interesting. I didn't see any complaints from you guys when he went down and held a press conference for the umpteenth time talking about his findings and what he's found. There's no complaints from the media when he shares what he's found with you guys, but when he wants to come up here and tell us this is where the investigation stands and here's what I've learned, there seems to be a little bit of an interesting double standard on that.
To close the loop, because the president said that he had additional information that he believed the White House or he or his representatives would present related to this investigation, what Congressman Nunes has is not related to that.
You're asking me questions that he has not briefed us. He has not briefed the president. You guys, as I noted, he actually went down and spoke to the media before he shared this with us. So, I would ask the colleagues that ask questions more than collectively, the media has more of an opportunity to ask questions and to hear what he has to say than we do at this point. So once we have more to understand what he said, to the extent that we can, I'm sure we'll be glad to share it with you. But the media has more information than we do at this point. John.
Sean, staying on that up here. Didn't we already know that there was incidental collection of intelligence involving some members of the transition team? And I point to...
Not the way you guys ask the questions. I mean, you questioned us every day about what we knew, and now you're coming back to me saying, didn't we already know this? Well,
no, but didn't we
guess
already
I'm
know
doing
that
somewhat of an effective job.
Flynn was monitored in his conversations with Kislyak?
Right.
So we knew
well, I guess my point, John, is I don't know. He made a statement, went down to the press. Until we get briefed on this, until the president gets briefed, I don't know what he knows. And so to ask, until that occurs and until we have the ability to share some of that in an unclassified nature, I don't want to get ahead of it. I don't know what he knows. That's why apparently he's coming up to share his findings with the president. At least that's what he said. Again, let's wait and see how this unfolds.
And on the America Health Care Act, Mark Meadows says they don't have the votes. They need to start over and do a new bill. That sounds like you're in pretty serious trouble.
No, that sounds like one member's opinion. As I mentioned,
who represents a large contingent.
No, but again, I just named a few of the members that are part of that caucus that are come on board. I think that, look, every day you see more and more of those members from that caucus and throughout the entire conference expressed their support for the bill. The president was up yesterday for a while talking to them. We've had members in. The vice president's been actively engaged. Mick Mulvaney, Reince Priebus, Mark Short, and Rick Dearborn, who lead our Leg Affairs team. These guys have been flooding the Hill. They've been on the phone and having meetings with them. There's been a series of members up here all day. I think the trajectory is going very well for us. And
Heritage Action says you can easily fix this bill simply by removing the regulatory framework, the tax credits, and all of that, and you'll get massive buy-in from conservatives. But can you do that?
There's certain constraints that we have in the reconciliation process. And, for those who are steeped in the arcane rules of the Senate, there's a thing called the Byrd Rule. And it does not allow policy to be created. It has to do with the budgetary nature of that vehicle to get that's sustainable at 50 votes. Right now, there are certain things that I think a lot of people would like, but that will not potentially get ruled in order by the Senate parliamentarian. So I understand what people want, but I think that we have created a vehicle to get this done. This is the only way that we will repeal and replace Obamacare. And again, I think people have to recognize that there is a three-step process to doing this. This is exactly how the Democrats enacted it, and this is exactly how we will unwind it and implement a much better system. That's it, plain and simple. Margaret.
Sean, I know you can't get ahead of Nunes, but what he said was incidental legal surveillance using a FISA warrant, which would
No, that's not. He didn't. I don't believe he said FISA warrant.
He did.
Did he? Okay.
He did. And that's why I'm asking this question, which is, does the Trump administration have the presumption that foreign leaders or foreign nationals will not be surveilled when they are in contact with
No,
Trump?
Again, as I said, I don't want to start talking or guessing what he may say or may not say or explain this. I think that we will have more information, or I hope to have more information once the president is briefed, and to find out, what else has gone on in terms of additional information on this. But I do think it is a starting revelation, and there's a lot of questions that need to get asked. I think it's interesting. All of the questions are in the presumptive negative towards us, as opposed to, why was this taking place? Why were people surveilled? Ostensibly they were involved in the campaign. Because it's not. The question is
Presumption. What was your presumption that foreign nationals?
Well, no, it's not a presumption. Actually, I'm not the one. Right. Respectfully, I'm not the one with the presumption. You guys are. I haven't come up here presuming anything. I actually started my comments off by saying that I
presume that foreign nationals are being monitored by U.S. intelligence when they are talking to.
Okay, and then I think the question. Then I think there's a series of questions, which is how many times was an individual picked up? Why were they picked up? Were they unmasked? Again, a lot of this, if they're picked up during a FISA warrant, is that American citizens are prohibited by law from being unmasked, from quote having their name put out there. Why?
And guys, looks like we're about to get a live update, or we are getting it right now. We're going to bring that to you live in London.
Switching source on ELC1. ELC1.
A terrorist incident, and the Counter-Terrorism Command are carrying out a full-scale investigation into the events today. The attack started when a car was driven over Westminster Bridge, hitting and injuring a number of members of the public, also including 3 police officers on their way back from a commendation ceremony. The car then crashed near to Parliament, and at least one man, armed with the knife, continued the attack and tried to enter Parliament. Sadly, I can confirm that now 4 people have died. That includes the police officer who was protecting Parliament, and one man we believe to be the attacker who was shot by a police firearms officer. The officer's family have been made aware. At least 20 people have been injured. As part of long established and well-rehearsed plans, Parliament has been locked down and the Met responded in line with our plans for a marauding terrorist attack. That response included uniformed and specialist firearms officers. We now, of course, have an ongoing operation, and whilst we currently believe there was only one attacker, I'm sure the public will understand us taking every precaution in locking down and searching the area as thoroughly and exhaustively as possible. And I know that the officials working within Parliament and public in the area completely understand the need to do this, and I thank them for their patience and their support. This investigation has the full weight and expertise of the Counter-Terrorism Command behind it. And if there are people who saw the events unfold today that haven't yet spoken to us, I would urge them to get in touch. A crime scene will remain in place in the affected areas in Westminster, and as you'll understand, it's vital we carry out a painstaking investigation to recover all the possible evidence. Looking forward, throughout the rest of the day, including when people are commuting home, and indeed over the days that follow, the people of London will see extra police officers armed and unarmed on our streets. This includes our officers working longer hours and extra shifts alongside our colleagues from British Transport Police in the City of London. And of course, as you're aware, we can call on the support of the military should we need to at a future point. We are also in the process of opening up our Casualty Bureau to help those people who are worried about friends and family who may have been caught up in the attack. Furthermore, we're reaching out to communities and community leaders across London to reassure them. Our strength as a city depends on our ability to stand together at such terrible times. If anyone sees anything suspicious or anything that causes concern, please do contact us, don't hesitate. My thoughts are with all those who have been affected by today's attack, and as a service, we've lost one of our own as he acted to protect the public and his colleagues. This is a day we planned for, but we hope would never happen. Sadly, it's now a reality. We will continue to do all we can to protect the people of London. I'll take a couple of questions. We'll look for that. Look at that issue later on.
Sir, have any other arrests been made in relation to this incident?
There's a massive operation ongoing. I'm not going to discuss the operational sensitivities of that for reasons I'm sure you'll understand.
The officer that was attacked, was he one of the armed officers that protect Parliament?
One of the armed officers protecting Parliament, yes. So, as you'll understand the situation, when you've had such an awful incident take place on Westminster Bridge, the reports will be confused with many different and varying accounts, and we're still working our way through that. We're satisfied at this stage that it looks like there was only one attacker, but it'd be foolish to be overconfident so early on. So, as I've said, for a precautionary basis, we're locking down the area and doing all necessary searches so we can be completely confident everyone is safe.
Beyond the police...
Sorry. So what we're saying to the public is, please be vigilant. No reason to be alarmed, but vigilant on your way home. Call us if you've got any concerns, and you will see more police officers armed and unarmed out on the streets of London. Sorry.
As well as the police officer and the suspected assailant who have died, the other two people who died, did they die on Westminster Bridge or did they die in the Parliamentary?
That's my understanding at the moment. As you understand with these incidents, casualty numbers and details can be a bit confused, but I believe they died on the bridge. One more question, gentleman behind.
Was the attacker known?
So clearly our investigation is now going forward, and I'm not going to give you any details on that for obvious reasons.
Can you tell us more about the officer who died?
We've got an awful situation. Officers have been killed. People have sat down with his family. It'd be wrong for me to give details now. Thank you all very much.
All right, guys, we're going to bring you back to the White House press briefing now.
Of 4 previous Republican nominees, Bob Dole, former Presidents George H.W. Bush, Ronald Reagan, and Gerald Ford. And to be clear, he got the job done on the delegates. The president won the Republican nomination after months of speculation after a potentially contested convention. In total, he was involved in the campaign for a total of just under 5 months. He was first hired on March 28th to oversee delegate operations. He was made the chief strategist and campaign chairman on May 19th, and his relationship with the campaign ended on August 19th. The AP story focuses on his activities from the last decade. And to place it in context, Paul represented many foreign clients according to publicly available data in the Caribbean, Asia, Africa, and Europe. His representation of foreign clients is public and similar to the work of Tony Podesta, a Clinton campaign fundraiser whose brother John chaired Hillary Clinton's campaign. Last year, not last decade, Tony Podesta lobbied against sanctions for Russia's largest bank. And John Podesta, Clinton's campaign chair, sat on the board of a Russian-based energy company. This was something tied to Hillary Clinton, who was the face of the failed Russia reset policy. So it's not even close. That's what we're talking about now, isn't even close to her most significant role with respect to Russia. As Secretary of State, Hillary Clinton, along with the Obama administration, approved a deal that gave Russia 1/5 of America's uranium reserves. Hillary's husband, former President Bill Clinton, received over $500,000 by a paid speech by a bank connected to the uranium deal, and Vladimir Putin personally called the former president and thanked him for giving the speech. So an individual who worked for less than the campaign for 5 months for the president's 2-year-long campaign, who worked with a Russian entity a decade ago, is the subject of rampant media speculation all day long, even though the Clintons had much more expensive and extensive ties. Well, as Secretary of State, Hillary was crafting a policy she said was designed to, quote, strengthen Russia. And to be clear, the president has no personal financial dealings with Russia. His ties are limited to hosting a contest in Russia once and selling a Palm Beach home to a businessman in 2005. That's it. And former members of the media trying to conflate Paul's role and activities with Monday's hearing, I have another reminder. Numerous individuals, including former Obama Director of National Intelligence James Clapper and acting CIA Director Mike Morrell, and members of the Intelligence Committee from both parties who have been briefed have said across the board that they have seen zero evidence of any collusion between the Trump campaign and Russian officials. And that's not going to be changed by a former business dealings of a campaign staffer from a decade ago.
So, Sean,
Hold on. Sarah.
Thanks, John. You and other senior administration officials have sought to assure skeptical Republican lawmakers that Phase 2, these regulatory modifications, will address some of their concerns. So what is Secretary Tom Price waiting for? Why not roll out Phase 2 now if the vote is looking like it's going to be a very close margin?
I think in some of those cases, it's tied to, it's all one package, and that's why I think you saw some of the stuff he is working on, some of the stuff he is doing, but I think the important piece is to get the Phase 1 part of it done. He has assured them and talked to them about the different administrative actions. Again, part of this is sequencing. I mean, as the same way that in Obamacare, they didn't just have Kathleen Sebelius then go out and start implementing things. They passed the bill first through the reconciliation process, got that done, then she did the administrative piece. We're doing the same process because of how some of the sequencing has to occur. And then the same thing on the legislative front. We've introduced in the House, all of those pieces of legislation have been done. Leader McCarthy has started to talk about them. that do all of the prong 3 stuff. So a lot of it is coming together, but part of it is a sequencing aspect that needs to get taken care of. But we are moving in the right direction. Can I go to John DiPietro for the first question on Skype?
Yes. Good afternoon, Sean, from UADK in Newport. Sean, we've had a lot of members of the media say that President Trump should be the president to all the people. What does the president say? Non-stop partisanship. Yesterday, you had Rhode Island Senator Michelle from the White House grandstanding at the confirmation hearing. You had Elizabeth Warren, before there even was a hearing, with a big piece in the Boston Globe condemning the invasion. You had Rhode Island Governor Gina Raimondo boycott the inauguration while she continues to fundraise around the country. What does the president say to frustrated Trump supporters who don't feel they're getting proper representation on the local level and in Congress?
Well, I mean, I think with respect to Judge Gorsuch, which is, I think, what you're pretty clear that's where you're headed on this.
Yes.
Thank you. I mean, we've gotten, when you look at the praise, I mean, obviously, I'd love for it to be universal. And while we've gotten bipartisan praise from pundits and former law clerks of both parties, high number of jurists and former, people, legal scholars, members of Congress, we're not going to win everybody. And I think that Democrats have tried to score some points on the committee. They've largely fallen by the wayside. We've seen very high praise for him. So I would just suggest that anybody who's got a problem with him, I'd love to hear it, because so far most of the issue, no one seems to have a problem with his academic credentials, his record, or anything else. So I just, I'm pretty buoyed by a lot of what we've seen come out of Capitol Hill with respect to him. Blake.
Sean, thanks. If you take the House Freedom Caucus at their word, Mark Meadows at their word, there are at least 24 or so who are no's. So how do you get from this point right now, policy-wise, to tomorrow, anything that maybe might flip that?
I think we're doing it. I mean, we piece by piece, member by member, we're getting there, and we're getting much closer. The last couple days, we've continued to do that, but then today alone, I mentioned a couple of the other members. Slowly but surely, we're getting there, and I feel confident that when the vote comes up, we'll have the votes.
And let me ask you today, Patrick McHenry, Congressman, Deputy Whip, described the president as members of Congress were coming in here to the White House as the closer. Do you embrace that label?
He is the closer.
Do you embrace that label here as a care?
Absolutely. Aisha.
So you just said that you're confident that the healthcare bill will pass tomorrow. I wanted to get a sense of how confident you are. I don't know if you want to rate it, the percentage on it. Like, how confident are you that the bill will pass? And if it doesn't pass, is there a plan B?
No, there is no plan. I mean, there's plan A and plan A. We're going to get this done.
And so you're confident, 100% confident?
We're going to get it done. That's it, plain and simple.
Thanks, Sean. I know you said you didn't know what information you're going to find out today from Chairman Nunes, but my question for you is, when did the president know about this surveillance that the congressman brought up today on Capitol Hill? He spoke late last week about we'd find out more information that would support these wiretapping claims. Is this the information he was talking about?
Until Chairman Nunes briefs him, we don't know what he knows versus what the president's been made aware of, and so how that jives, I don't know. I hope to have more for you later.
And a quick follow-up on healthcare. Just a quick follow-up on Aisha. Does the president believe the healthcare bill will pass the House tomorrow?
Yes, Jonathan.
2 questions on Paul Manafort. Did the president know that he had worked to advance Putin's interests previous to becoming the campaign chairman?
No, I don't think the president was not aware of Paul's clients from last decade. No.
Is that a problem? Like now that all this is coming out, and
no, but what is coming up? What else don't we know? I mean, where he went to school, what grades he got, who he played with in the sandbox.
We didn't know
okay. Thanks, Peter. I'm having an answering question. No, you're not actually. The answer to your question is, I think to talk about someone having a client from 10 years ago that had a consulting company with clients from around the world. I don't know what he got paid to. If you listen to what Paul's...
Well, the documents
hold on. I understand it. I'm going to answer your question, if you give me a second. That he was a consultant. He had clients from around the world. There is no suggestion that he did anything improper but to suggest that the president knew who his clients were from a decade ago is a bit insane. He was not a government employee. He didn't fill out any paperwork attesting to something. There's nothing that he did that suggests at this point that anything was nefarious. He was hired to do a job. He did it. That's it, plain and simple.
I'm just saying, given that.
And guys, if you're just joining us, we'll be back to continuous coverage of the incident in London. You're watching right now in the background Sean Spicer at the White House press briefing. We just got word of a statement released by Secretary of State Rex Tillerson. I want to bring you that now on your screen. You can read it. On behalf of the United States, I express my condolences to the victims and their families. The American people send their thoughts and prayers to the people of the United Kingdom. We condemn these horrific acts of violence, and whether they were carried out by troubled individuals or by terrorists, the victims know no difference. So a statement just released now I saw it via tweet from Rex Tillerson, Secretary of State, and we are currently in the middle of this press briefing. I want to also bring you back to coverage in London. Looks like we have some interviews on the street that were pre-taped. We saw these earlier that we will go back to following this briefing.
I would say
with his ties to Ukraine that were becoming a distraction. And secondly, he was, I think, 16 points down at the time. And he was down in the 20s in women. And I think the president recognizes that he needs to make a change for those two reasons.
Second question on healthcare. If, as confident and as optimistic as you are, if at this point tomorrow you don't have the magic number, should the speaker pull the bill from the floor?
No, this is it. If you want to see Obamacare repealed and replaced, this is the vote. This is the time to act. This is what people have told the American people is going to happen. This vote needs to happen. If you're waiting for your chance, this is it. We need to act. Cheryl.
Thank you. Wall Street appears to be getting a little nervous about the possibility of tax reform this year. Can you say definitively that the president will present a package of tax reforms this year?
Yes, Darlene.
What time is the president expecting to meet with Chairman Nunes this afternoon?
I was walking out as the chairman was reiterating. I literally heard him on the streaming, like on the his comments as he was saying them. So I don't know that it was scheduled. The president was wrapping up a call with Prime Minister May at the time that I walked out, so I don't know what was scheduled.
And was there any consideration given to not meeting with the chairman, given the appearance?
I don't know. I just know what the chairman said he was doing. I walked out of here before anything.
Is that what it is?
He was still wrapping up the call with Theresa May at the time. Zeke.
Hey, Sean, you said the president's the closer. There's no plan B. Tomorrow is it. So if
you've done a very good job, Zeke. You guys better be careful. It's going to be hard work.
So if tomorrow night's outcome doesn't go your way, if the vote fails, what should we then read into the president's ability to negotiate and close deals, the White House's ability to plan any sort of legislation and the legislative calendar?
Well, look, and I know what you're trying to get me to, but we feel very good about the trajectory of this. Members continue to come with us. The numbers going higher and higher, not lower and lower. So the trajectory is great. As I mentioned, everybody's out there, full court press on this, and this is the opportunity for anybody who wants to see this done. But I just want to be clear, we have a robust agenda, tax reform, as I just mentioned, trade, immigration. There's a lot of other things that need to get done. And I think there's continued to be widespread support, in a lot of cases bipartisan support for the president's agenda. And so we're going to continue to roll on that. But we feel very good about where we are now. Mark.
I was going to ask, in terms of after the vote tomorrow night, for those Republicans who decide to not support the White House, what kind of relationship, any change in the relationship, would they see going forward? Would they expect to see it maybe a primary challenge later on, or is this one of those things where they can vote their conscience if they really believe this isn't the bill?
I think we're obviously, we believe that this is a great opportunity to achieve the principles that we laid out to the American people. We're not looking, this is not, the president made clear yesterday when he visited with the conference, he's not there to threaten them, he's there to explain the political landscape to them and to explain that I think that when you keep your promise, no matter what business you're in, you tend to be rewarded by, whether it's your customers, your friends, your family, your voters, that Washington for too long has suffered a deficit of trust, and that we made very clear to the American people, if you gave us this opportunity and this honor to govern, that we would get certain things done, and this was at the top of that list. And this bill represents the best chance of repealing and replacing Obamacare and instilling a patient-centric healthcare system that increases choice and lowers costs, and that this is the only train leaving the station. Jonathan.
Thank you, Sean.
I felt you were going to... Okay, do you want to take a breath?
Sure. Sean, would then candidate Donald Trump have hired Paul Manafort to such an important and prominent position in his campaign if he had known that he had had a $10 million contract with somebody so close to Vladimir Putin to, quote, greatly benefit the Putin government? If he had known that, would he have hired him?
I don't know. I don't want to... Paul was hired, as I said, to count delegates. That's why he was brought in, as he had been for George W. Bush, Gerald Ford, Bob Dole. He did his job. That's what he's there for.
And to run the campaign. He was chairman of the campaign.
After what, May 19th or something. But again, I'm not going to...
And to run the convention. I mean, you'll acknowledge it was a very prominent role.
Yeah, but to as he had done for the other three, he had held very significant... Look, so again, you're basically saying, hey, the work that he did, he had a client a decade ago. Would he have... I don't know the answer to that.
$10 million to promote the interests of Vladimir Putin.
I don't... The answer to your question, I don't know. To look back right now and to say, if we knew now what we know then, would we have done things different? I don't know. That's a question that the president would have to weigh at the time.
But he definitely didn't know.
No.
You're saying he didn't know.
No, he did not know. Of course not. To suggest that... I mean, that's like... You can think about how many people are involved in a campaign of some sort. And granted, in this campaign, it was run lean and mean. But to suggest that everybody knew everybody's background, did they pay their taxes? How much did they pay? What deductions did they take? Who did they work for in the price?
Shouldn't he have disclosed that? I mean, he did
disclosed
work
what? That he had done work
on behalf of an adversary of the United States.
Again, I'm not here to vouch for what he did or how. I don't know. But I'm just... I don't
want to know, wouldn't he?
Maybe not. I don't know what the circumstances were at the time, and I don't know what exactly worked. So for me to start to infer that what he did or did not do was anything improper is not appropriate at this time. I don't know what work he did. I know what he was hired to do, and he did his job. Shane.
I want to ask about Paul Manafort here too. You're
Okay.
saying he wasn't. Are you saying he wasn't disappointed to learn in the last 24 hours?
I don't know. I haven't asked the.
I
I don't know. No, because again, you're. I don't know because the story that came out this morning said that he had this client. Paul's put out a statement that suggests this is what he did. This is how he handled it. You've all read the same. We have not spent a ton of time going to investigate what he did for that client a decade ago. I really have not discussed the president's with their. I know what he's made very clear. He hired him to do a job. He did the job well. He got him over the finish line. On August 19th, he was let go of the campaign for the reasons that I mentioned.
Did you say if Paul Manafort played any role with the hiring of any people in the federal government after the election?
Not to my knowledge at all. John.
Thank you, Sean. Going back to the American Health Care Act, there was always nervousness that moving too quickly on it would leave some very dangerous points in the details. Several publications, including Sarah's, reported today that as a result of a change of a few words, veterans who benefited from a program called Veterans Affairs or had the option of getting tax credits would now get neither under the new legislation, and that 7 million veterans would be cost health care. Is the administration following this and is urging Congress to do anything about it?
Most veterans get their health care either through TRICARE or through Medicare if they're over 65 or a combination thereof. Correct?
And this is, well, but there's two programs. One is the Veterans Affairs program, and the other is the option, this is under the current law, to have tax credits. And my understanding, again, from Sarah's publication this morning and several others, is that 7 million veterans could possibly lose both under this program.
Yeah, I'd have to follow up with you. I'm not aware of any modifications to TRICARE in particular that would have that effect. So, Kristen.
Sean, thanks. On Monday, the president accused former President Obama and Democrats of rushing through the health care law, jamming it through, when in fact they actually debated it for about a year. This health care law was rolled out about 15 days ago. So don't you run the risk of rushing this through, of not giving it enough time for public debate?
I think Republicans have talked about repealing and replacing Obamacare since 2010. We've campaigned on it in every election since. The principles that are in a lot of these have been very public for a long time.
And you just rolled out the specifics, Sean.
And it's gone through 3 committees, 2 of which had unanimous Republican support. The other, I understand that, but we're working through the process. This was something the president campaigned on, told the American people it would be his top priority. Republicans who ran for the House and Senate said that it would be a top priority. It's something that they've talked about for 7 years, Kristen. So to suggest that we're rushing anything, I think we've done this very, very, very deliberately and very responsibly to make sure that people could read it. So again, with all due respect to the folks who tackled this in the past, we actually put the bill online, let everyone in the entire world read it, didn't jam it through, and to quote former Speaker Pelosi, say, if you want to read the bill, wait till we pass it. We actually let the American people in the entire world read what was in it, watch the process occur, and I think that is a much more open and transparent process.
Let me just ask you a quick question about the terror attack. You said that the president's been briefed. He also spoke with Prime Minister Theresa May. Can you give us any more information about who may have been behind it? And should Americans have any concern?
No, it would be highly irresponsible at this point. I know the British government is investigating this as an act of terrorism at this moment. So for me to sort of get out and ahead of, I know our Homeland Security team and our National Security team are in contact with them. Secretary Tillerson's issued a statement, as has Homeland Security Secretary Kelly. So we are continuing to monitor the situation. We're in touch with officials in the British government. As I mentioned, as I was walking out here, the president was finishing up a call with Prime Minister May, and so we'll try to have an additional readout to you to the extent that that's possible. But we're going to provide the assistance we can to the British government to help get to the bottom of this. At this time, it would be highly irresponsible for us to get out in front of British officials. Charlie.
You mentioned that there is no Plan B, that Plan A is the only vehicle, the only train leaving the station, I believe you said. Does that mean that if the plan fails, if the bill fails, will the president move on to other issues he's concerned about, like trade, and leave Obamacare in place? And if so, how long is he comfortable with leaving it in place?
Well, as I mentioned, I mean, we're not going to leave it in place because we're going to repeal and replace it tomorrow, move it through the Senate, and the president will sign the bill. We continue to see the enthusiasm and momentum come into our direction. So I'm not looking, as I mentioned, we're not looking at a Plan B. We have Plan A. It's going to pass, and we're going to go from there. Jessica.
Let's talk about China for a moment. Do you now have the ability to formally announce the dates for President Xi's visit to the United States?
I do not at this time.
Why not?
Because that's not how it works. You don't just get to ask. Because that's something that we continue to work with President Xi and the Chinese government to coordinate the final dates and times, and then obviously we coordinate the announcement with them as well. But trust me, when we're ready, we'll let you and everyone else know.
Are you going to be prepared to talk about the parameters of the bilateral relationship at that time?
I'm sure that my guess is there will be a lot to discuss at that time. Jeff.
John, has the president asked the FBI director or the NSA or any other agencies involved to come here to the White House and brief him on this new information, or is it just the intel chair? And if so, why not?
Well, Jeff, it just happened. So it's a silly question to ask me literally as I'm walking out here when the chairman was wrapping up an event saying that he is announcing that he's coming down here. It's not like we picked up the phone and then called everyone else. The first step is to actually hear what he has to say and to find out who else he's briefed, where he's got that information from, and then we'll take the next steps going forward.
Is this the first of several meetings? So
I don't know. It's literally, it literally just happened as I was walking out here. So to suggest that other steps have occurred until that briefing occurs, we'll see what this leads to. I don't know. Cecilia.
What's the state of his credibility tonight? The Wall Street Journal, which has been very supportive of his candidacy and agenda, simply raised the question that he is not doing very well, and they said he could be on the verge of being a fake president. What do you believe the state of his credibility is as we sit here today in week 9?
I think the president has made several promises to the American people, and he's kept them. He appointed Neil Gorsuch as the judge, which was one of 20 people on a list. He withdrew from the Trans-Pacific Partnership. He established a 5-year lobbying ban and a foreign ban on lifetime which is all what he said he was going to do. He said he was going to cut regulations, and he did that. He said he was going to start to bring back jobs. He did that. He said that he was going to start to pay real attention and respect taxpayers, bringing down costs. He's already done that. He's backed a plan to repeal and replace Obamacare. We've talked about it ad nauseum. He's talked about putting forth a budget that puts defense first. He did that. He took action on Dakota and Keystone Pipeline. He did that. I think when it comes to the president making promises to the American people and keeping them, he's got a pretty high record of doing it. Peter.
Ron, if I can ask you about the conversation we've been having about Paul Manafort, but not specific to Paul Manafort. When Michael Flynn's name came up at the time, having not registered as a foreign agent, there was a lot of focus on the vetting process that goes into individuals. Back then you said, we trust people to fill out the appropriate forms that they need to. He has been referring to the president, he has been very committed to making sure we institute high standards here and we're held to them. So given your words, is it sufficient to trust the information that the people you hire give you? And can you say with certainty right now that there isn't anybody else that's working in the interests of another foreign government, working for this government right now?
It's a good question, Peter, because there's a big difference between working for a campaign or an entity where there's no forms to fill out. When you work for the United States government, especially here in the White House, you fill out a security clearance form, you fill out an employment form that asks certain questions under the penalty of law. Those questions, hold on.
Flynn still got through, I guess.
No, well, but again, he filled out forms under the penalty of law. I don't know what was on his forms or what not was on his forms. Remember, what the president let him go for was not being truthful to the vice president, not necessarily for what was on a form, which I do not know what he filled out or did not fill out. If somebody fills out a form here, an SF-86, a security clearance form, or another employment document, and lies on that form or misleads, then they're going to face the penalty of law on that. That's a big difference between saying when someone was hired on a campaign or another entity that they should disclose everything in their past, whether or not they, who their clients were, what. But again, I mean, if someone presented a resume and it was faulty, sure, I think that if that was as you recall, there was another person during the transition that was named to a position that was.
And guys, you're watching Fox 5 Live. We're out of Washington, D.C., bringing you live events across the nation and the world. You can see in your upper left-hand screen as night falls on the Westminster Bridge there in London. It's still a big police presence with the incidents happening outside of Parliament. Earlier today, we had that continued coverage. We still do from Sky News over there in London. We're going to bring that back to you as this White House press briefing wraps up. And of course, Sean Spicer mentioning that President Trump said that the White House applauds the quick response of the British police and the first responders, condemns the attacks, and Spicer saying that the City of London and the British government have the full support of the U.S. as they continue to investigate the attack. So more live coverage coming to you. We're going to expand that small box in the left-hand corner and bring that to you in just a few moments.
I mean, people are filling out forms. So to sit here and ask me whether I can vouch for whatever it is, a few hundred people that have filled out everything, that would be ridiculous for me to stand here and suggest that I possibly could. What I can tell you is under the penalty of law, every single person has filled out a form that is being vetted by whatever level of classification that they need to get by the appropriate law enforcement agencies or HR entities. But I can't prevent somebody from fully disclosing everything on their taxes or filling out a form. What I can tell you is that if there's an instance brought to our attention where someone has misled it, either they will be referred to the appropriate law enforcement agency or dismissed or appropriate action will be taken. But yes, there is no tolerance for that.
And then very quickly in regards to Devin Nunes and the fact that he's going to come today and the comments that you began the briefing by telling us. On March 4th, the president tweeted, "How low has President Obama gone to tap my phones during the very sacred election process? This is Nixon Watergate, bad or sick guy." Does the president stand by his statement that President Obama is a bad or sick guy?
I think the president's tweets stand for themselves. So we've talked about that. Hold on. I'm going to answer the question if you can actually.
You said it stood for itself.
I know. I think the president's tweets speak for themselves. As for the rest of the tweets, let's see, as we've mentioned before, how this process evolves and what information we can further gather out.
Sean? Thanks, Sean. On the executive order on energy independence, that's been delayed for several weeks now. Can you
hold on? How do you? Why would it be delayed? We never announced something.
Well, your office said that it was going to be released several weeks ago. It wasn't, and then there were reports consequently that said it would be released, and it hasn't been. So can you give us?
I don't. With all due respect, I don't believe I ever announced that that was scheduled to come out.
Okay. Can you tell us when it will be released?
No.
And can you? And In it addresses the Clean Power Plan, which is the Obama-era climate change regulation. And there is apparently no replacement opportunity in that executive order.
I'm going to cut you off here. We've discussed executive orders in the past. I've told before, until they're ready to be announced, I don't comment on the scheduling or the
policy question.
I know it is, but you're asking me the contents of it. It's not a policy question.
No, I just haven't been able to finish my
Okay.
question. Thank you. So apparently there's no replacement for it. That is the answer to a Supreme Court ruling in 2007. Does the administration feel that it is legally bound to regulate greenhouse gases?
Let's wait and see what the executive order says or doesn't say. I don't want to get into. I understand the question. I'm not getting ahead of this at this point.
Sean, will President Trump hold a news conference on the attack, and also on his upcoming travel? Do you have any guidance on other rallies that he may have? Because that's where he sends his message out to the American people, including social media.
He sends his message out in a lot of ways. I would, if there are rallies, then I would refer you to the campaign website to get updates there. As for future press conferences, stay tuned on when the next one's going to be.
Sean, when you learn that the members of the president's team may have been in contact with someone who the intelligence community and a federal judge has deemed to be a little bit dodgy, does that give you any pause at all?
Who are you referring to?
The people who are subject to the FISA order.
So I'm sorry, can you rephrase the question?
It's a reference to Nunes. Members of the president's team, whether it's the transition or the campaign, are said to have been in contact, been picked up by, when they were in contact with someone who was the subject of a FISA order. Does that give you any pause at all?
I don't know.
Given the things that you haven't known before about Manafort and Flynn, etc.
Not until we know further details. I think to get ahead of what we suggest, what we know. Until we know what the chairman's going to brief him on. For me to suggest what he is going to reveal to him about whom and when and how would be inappropriate at this point to comment on. I'm going to go to Elizabeth Crisp out of Baton Rouge, Louisiana.
Hi, Sean. Thanks. Last year, Louisiana suffered one of the worst flooding disasters in our nation's history. Today, thousands of people remain displaced and communities are struggling to rebuild. With support from the Obama administration, the state received about $1.6 billion in flood assistance through the CDBG program. The state's seeking $2 billion more federal aid, and our governor has asked for President Trump's support. So my question is twofold. What is the Trump administration's position exactly on the federal government's role in long-term disaster recovery efforts? And also, can Louisiana count on this?
All right, guys, we're going to slowly roll it out of the White House press briefing unless something else is pressing there. But we are back to that continuing coverage in London. I want to also show you, I'm taking myself off here, this tweet that we see just now from Department of State. Secretary Tillerson tweeting out, State Department tweeting out, the American people send their thoughts and prayers to the people of the United Kingdom. And that link, of course, is also that same, it's the same statement that I read to you guys earlier from Secretary Tillerson, which I can read to you guys again, saying, on behalf of the United States, I express my condolences to the victims and their families. The American people send their thoughts and prayers to the people of the United Kingdom. We condemn these horrific acts of violence, and whether they were carried out by troubled individuals or by terrorists, the victims know no difference. That was the statement from Rex Tillerson, Secretary of State. We're going to bring you back to live coverage in London. This is Sky News covering the events of today outside of Parliament.
And sweep it for any other potential threats. Even the London Eye, which overlooks the Thames at Westminster, was temporarily shut down, those on board having to wait to be given the all clear.
And guys, they're obviously going over some packages, some older facts that they put together. What we do know now, according to our reports, the UK Parliament, 4 people have been killed, including 1 policeman and the alleged assailant as well. And 20 people have been injured. We're reading updates from Metropolitan Police, Met Police UK, that this was the case. Looking for some more live updates here. We're going to bring you back to that coverage. Once again, this is also on the anniversary of the Brussels attacks last year, 1 year ago. So that is just being added into some of these reports. You can see there sun setting over Westminster Bridge, Big Ben. We're going to bring you just to that continued coverage to see what they have to say.
At certain locations around Parliament. And then at the entrances to the main gates there, you have these special barriers that raise up from the road itself to stop a vehicle getting through. We know, of course, that this vehicle crashed into the perimeter fence just before it reached Parliament Square, and the attacker then ran round the corner at that point and confronted officers who were on guard at the fencing itself, or just at the main gate, and managed, after stabbing one of those officers, to get inside into the courtyard before he was eventually shot. But they certainly have increased the level of security around Parliament in the last few years. And it is a trade-off, as you say, because they want to make this open and available to the public. You can queue up, you can get tours of Westminster, just like you can in other democratic institutions, at the White House in the US. They want to make it available. They don't want to be in this position where everything is locked down. But clearly that makes it vulnerable. And today we've just seen just how vulnerable it can be with what is a devastating attack launched by one man in one vehicle, in a 4x4 vehicle, not a large truck that we saw in Nice, and then again repeated at the Christmas market attack in Berlin. This was a car, but you can see the devastating effect that a car can have when it ploughs along the pavement, a busy pavement full of tourists on Westminster Bridge. And of course we now know, we were getting earlier reports that multiple police officers had been injured in this attack, and we initially thought that they were guarding, certainly one of them was guarding the palaces of Westminster themselves. 3 others have been confirmed as actually coming from an award ceremony. They would have known very little about what was happening. They were ploughed into by this vehicle as well. We don't know at this stage what their conditions are, but we know that 1 police officer has died, that the attacker is now deceased, and that 2 other innocent, we believe members of the public, have been killed as well, 20 others injured. It really is a devastating attack, and the kind of attack that the authorities in this country have been warning about for a long time and preparing for, carrying out exercises just this weekend to react and respond as quickly as they can to these types of attacks. But when they happen so sporadically, with little planning, and just in a civilian vehicle, it's very, very difficult to guard against that kind of event.
OK, Mark, thanks very much. Mark White.
Well, as these events unfolded, there was enormous confusion around Westminster, and people were told to get out of the Houses of Parliament and told to really take shelter. And this is one of the places they went to, Westminster Abbey. Those inside, the doors were closed, and they were kept inside for their own safety for quite a period of time. These pictures have been sent to us by the Dean of Westminster Abbey, one of the places that people, Westminster Hall, one of the places that people went to.
Well, in terms of the information flow, the police were keen to get as many facts out there as quickly as they possibly could. There was an initial holding statement, and then the most senior counter-terrorism officer at Scotland Yard, Mark Rowley, had this to say.
As you know, we've declared this as a terrorist incident, and the Counter-Terrorism Command are carrying out a full-scale investigation into the events today. The attack started when a car was driven over Westminster Bridge, hitting and injuring a number of members of the public, also including 3 police officers on their way back from a commendation ceremony. The car then crashed near to Parliament, and at least 1 man, armed with the knife, continued the attack and tried to enter Parliament. Sadly, I can confirm that now 4 people have died. That includes the police officer who was protecting Parliament, and 1 man we believe to be the attacker who was shot by a police firearms officer. The officer's family have been made aware. At least 20 people have been injured. As part of long established and well-rehearsed plans, Parliament has been locked down and the Met responded in line with our plans for a marauding terrorist attack. That response included uniformed and specialist firearms officers. We now, of course, have an ongoing operation, and whilst we currently believe there was only one attacker, I am sure the public will understand us taking every precaution in locking down and searching the area as thoroughly and exhaustively as possible. And I know that the officials working within Parliament and public in the area completely understand the need to do this, and I thank them for their patience and their support. This investigation has the full weight and expertise of the Counter-Terrorism Command behind it. And if there are people who saw the events unfold today that haven't yet spoken to us, I would urge them to get in touch. A crime scene will remain in place in the affected areas in Westminster, and it is understand it's vital we carry out a painstaking investigation to recover all the possible evidence. Looking forward, throughout the rest of the day, including when people are commuting home, and indeed over the days that follow, the people of London will see extra police officers armed and unarmed on our streets. This includes our officers working longer hours and extra shifts alongside our colleagues from British Transport Police and the City of London. And of course, as you're aware, we can call on the support of the military should we need to at a future point. We are also in the process of opening up our Casualty Bureau to help those people who are worried about friends and family who may have been caught up in the attack. Furthermore, we're reaching out to communities and community leaders across London to reassure them. Our strength as a city depends on our ability to stand together at such terrible times. If anyone sees anything suspicious or anything that causes concern, please do contact us, don't hesitate. My thoughts are with all those who have been affected by today's attack, and as a service, we've lost one of our own as he acted to protect the public and his colleagues. This is a day we planned for, but we hope would never happen. Sadly, it's now a reality. We will continue to do all we can to protect the people of London.
We have been told that the Cobra Emergency Committee is in session. Whether it's actually sitting right now, shortly is the word actually from Downing Street. These are the words of the number 10 spokesperson who said the thoughts of the PM and the government are with those killed and injured in this appalling incident and with their families. The Prime Minister has been kept updated and will shortly chair the Cobra Committee.
We're also hearing from America that the White House says President Trump has told Theresa May that the US offers its full cooperation and support in responding to the London attacks. And I think we can hear from President Trump's spokesperson, Sean Spicer.
The President has been briefed on the situation in London. He just spoke to Prime Minister May, and we'll have a readout on that situation and that call soon. We obviously condemn today's attack in Westminster, which the United Kingdom is treating as an act of terrorism. And we applaud the quick response that the British police and their first responders made to the situation. The victims in this are in our thoughts and our prayers. The City of London and Her Majesty's government have the full support of the U.S. government in responding to the attack and bringing those to justice who are responsible. We will provide you with further updates as warranted and, as I mentioned, a readout of the President's call with the Prime Minister.
Let's just bring in former Metropolitan Police Officer Graham Wetton, who's sitting with us in the studio, been watching the footage this afternoon. Graham, watching what's happened and unfold. And Mark quite touched on it a little earlier, but how difficult is it to prevent something like this happening? I pass Westminster a lot on foot, and I look at those bollards on the street and I think how ugly they are, and it annoys me that they are there in my city that I love and that they're spoiling this view of Parliament. But events like this just show how essential they are, don't they?
And it just shows you can still walk around them. You can drive a car almost to the front of Parliament, walk around them and then just run through an open gate. It depends how accessible and open you want your Parliament to be. Parliament is literally in the middle of London. It's right next to a really busy main road, busy opposite a busy tube station. There are thousands of people every day who walk past Parliament. I walked past it myself on Monday about 3 o'clock. It's always busy. The pavements are busy. People are stopping, taking photographs. It's an iconic location that draws people to it. So it's really difficult then to secure it and isolate it from this type of attack. Almost impossible to put the type of security measures in that stops one person just being able to either run through a gate or run through an entrance and not be stopped. If you don't have these sort of like airport-style security scanners, you have to go in one door and then the other door opens and you walk through the other side. Unless you've got that system in place, which possibly the MPs and visitors of Parliament wouldn't like, and like you say, you hate seeing it there because it actually restricts your access. It's virtually impossible to secure it against this type of attack, this level of attack.
It is today the anniversary of the attacks on Brussels. What's your instinct telling you about what we're seeing today? Who do you think will be behind something like this?
I think that's too early to say. I think the investigation team will be looking very closely at the individual involved and their background, their links, any links to known groups, maybe groups that had links to the attack a year ago. And if there are links there, they'll announce that in the future. There's always speculation now about how well known when it comes out that the assailant, the attacker, was to police, whether they were known to the security services and what sort of measures of security were put in place to either observe them or monitor them. But the truth of it is you cannot monitor all these people 24/7. It's hugely resource intensive, hugely costly. There has to be a decision made somewhere at some time at what the priorities are and who your priorities are in respect to security. And it usually happens that the people that carry out these sort of attacks are literally either just gone off the radar or are just under the radar. They've been known or seen, but they're not been highlighted or identified as being capable of carrying out this type of attack.
Graham, we've talked to you, sought your expertise after events like this before, the killing of Lee Rigby, 7/7, and always you get the armchair detectives who come out, the detractors who'll come out and say, how can it be that the sounds of pandemonium on London Bridge, of a car swiping people, the screams, the shrieking, the hysteria, the noise, didn't alert armed officers in Palace Yard that something bad was coming their way, to which you would say what?
Well, they probably didn't. They were alerted to an incident, but natural reaction would be it's something innocent. It isn't something. This is unheard of. You can just see by the coverage that you've been doing, other news agencies are doing. This is unheard of. This isn't expected or anticipated, even planned for. This is a completely separate or isolated type of attack. We haven't seen this type of attack before. So when you hear people screaming and shouting and people running, and you hear a car crash into a wall, your first reaction as a police will be that either someone's had a medical emergency at the wheel of a car, or they've swerved to avoid someone, or it's a normal road traffic collision. And the people are screaming maybe because they've seen someone fall out of the car. So
you say that, Graham, but of course we had the Nice attack with the lorry that ploughed through, and we also had the attack at the Christmas market. You know, vehicles have been used.
It was a knife, was a car and a knife.
Well, it is in your thoughts, but I think to react first of all to it, the officers may well have been alerted to it and have come out from either vehicles in Old Palace Yard or from within the confines of the palace to deal with the attack. I mean, you've seen the images we saw earlier where the ambulance and the forensic tent was within literally 30 yards of the entrance. So there has been in my opinion anyway, highly impressive and very quick reaction to it, but it takes seconds literally to run 30, 40 yards by anybody. And if they're armed with a knife, if they're confronting unarmed officers, there's an unarmed officer at the gate or standing in the pillar box that's just inside the gate there, they would have to back off first of all and wait for armed officers to attend. And that's exactly what happened with the Lee Rigby case. The officers that turned up initially were unarmed. They stepped back, gave updates, waited for the armed officers to attend, who then dealt with the attacker. It's possible a similar sort of thing happened here. They were waiting for the armed officers to come out and confront this individual who looked like he had a weapon and a knife.
What will have to change as a result of this, do you think?
Well, I think as ever with these things, there'll be another high-level review of security at Palace of Westminster. There'll be a review of the entrances and exits. And from working previously in and around Westminster and Parliament, I know that many people there are reluctant to have enhanced and stringent levels of security for people going in and out. They like the access of the public to be able to go in with minimal sort of security. And when you go in there as a visitor, you go in the visitor entrance, it is like an airport. You put your bag on the conveyor belt, you get searched, you get scanned. So it is very secure when you walk in the normal route. The route that this individual went in through is the vehicle route, which is literally just, I think, a gate with some people standing there. And I know that's quite, previously I've been quite keen to keep that access. They can get in and out very quickly. I would think there'd be a high-level review of the security now. There may well be like a double entry system where the car goes into one barrier, the barrier then comes up, and the same thing for people. Maybe it'd be like an airport-style thing where there's glass doors or a security entrance that you go in one door, and when you're checked and cleared, you then come out the other side. There maybe that sort of measures need to be put in place, but there'll be a high-level review of the security and the access into Parliament as a result of this incident.
The same, it's worth bearing in mind, isn't it, that this is a terror threat. It's a different kind of terror threat, but it's the same Palace Yard where the IRA successfully managed to kill one of Margaret Thatcher's closest political confidants. Yeah,
an awful long time ago, but yeah, same Palace Yard, same the security was breached. They managed to get in and murder, I think it was Airy Neve MP who's coming up in his car.
Just a thought on where this takes us. I mean, we've reflected on Nice, Berlin. In a sense, the country that's faced this type of attack using, whether it's a JCB digger, a bus, a car, whatever it is, ploughing them into civilians, is probably Israel, where, of course, many more people are actually armed and actually able to take action. You know, that is just not an option for a Western democracy like ours.
No, it's not. And the other point, it's not an option for the majority of police officers. There's been wide calls led by the Police Federation and other police forces that we really do need to increase the availability, the amount of armed officers on the street to meet this type of terror attack or terror threat. And in most places across the country, if this had happened anywhere else, that's probably the most secure place with the most number of armed officers you could get anywhere in the country. Parliament with their protection officers, with the armed support vehicles that are constantly driving around Westminster. I think we saw there was one clip earlier where the armed response vehicle was there within literally seconds, and they both deployed.
Do you think there'll be senior officers, well, not so much senior officers, rank and file officers tonight, Graham, who will be looking their loved ones in the eye and saying, you know, hitherto I've been pretty relaxed about having the taser. Really, it's time we had actual weapons, arms, guns.
I think the Federation has led a call for literally the rollout of taser to everybody. I mean, taser is an option to deal with a knife attack. So maybe the step into fully arming the police, we're not quite there yet. Taser may be able to neutralise this threat, but I think there will be widespread calls. I'm sure that you know, my timeline and everything on social media will be full of officers about to go to work wanting better safeguards for themselves, because they can see themselves having, almost as this officer did, stand in the way of an attacker and pay the ultimate price.
I mean, Mark Rowley talked about this being a day that the police had planned for but hoped would never happen. And when you do look at the events of today, as deeply tragic as they are for those who lost their lives on the bridge, as you say, an attacker armed tried to storm Parliament and was stopped, and the security procedures kicked into place. It was isolated. The Prime Minister was safely removed. It worked, the security, didn't it? Although prior to him reaching those gates on the roads, obviously people lost their lives.
Yeah, I think ultimately that when they review it and review what happened, yeah, the security measures worked. The armed response unit, the officers running literally to face the threat and negating the threat, that all worked. Sad fact is that one police officer paid the ultimate price and lost their life in literally facing that threat and dealing with it.
Graham. Thanks very much indeed. Downing Street spokesman says the Prime Minister has been kept updated with the situation and will shortly chair Cobra. Kay Burley has full coverage from Westminster.
When Kennedy said we're going to land a man on the moon, the idea, the thought that somehow that could ever be true.
And thanks, guys, for joining us here on Fox 5 Live. I'm Molly Nevola here in Washington, D.C. We're bringing you live coverage of the incidents. There you go. There's a night falling over Big Ben and Westminster Bridge there in London. We had this all day on, starting in the early afternoon or late morning even, into now. And Sky News is continuing this coverage about everything that's coming together. As you've heard, 4 have been reported dead. About 20 injured, possibly more. They're still gathering the details together. More will come out of this. We had this live coverage on our Facebook page earlier, as long as they were streaming it to us. We kept it on there. And we're going to continue to stream this out to you until we feel like there isn't a lot of new information, and then we'll slowly wrap it up. But for now, just so you know, you are watching Fox 5 Live. There's our hashtag and our handle. That is us on Facebook, Twitter, Snapchat, Instagram, everything. And I'm Molly here in the digital studio, as you can see, in the basement newsroom here at Fox 5, bringing you live trending events, important events, anything that's kind of breaking over social media and over digital and in the news. We want to bring this to you live. So stay tuned for a little more coverage, and then we'll wrap it up.
Attention stations. U.S. Congress, so I haven't had a chance to brief a lot of you in the past, but just in order to keep you all fully updated on what's happening with this investigation. Today I briefed the President on the concerns that I had about incidental collection and how it relates to President-elect Trump and his transition team and the concerns that I have. As I said earlier, there'll be more information, hopefully by Friday. The NSA is cooperating very, very well. And lastly, I'll say that the reports that I was able to see did not have anything to do with Russia or the Russia investigation or any tie to the Trump team. And with that, I'll love to take a couple questions if you have them.
Chairman, quick question. Why is it appropriate for you to brief President Trump, given it's his own administration or campaign associates that are a part of this investigation?
Because what I saw has nothing to do with Russia and nothing to do with the Russia investigation, has everything to do with possible surveillance activities, and the President needs to know that these intelligence reports are out there, and I have a duty to tell him that.
Does it appear that you'd be drawing conclusions before it was completed, Chairman?
I'm not drawing any conclusion. I'm just telling the President what exists in intelligence reports.
Were the subjects of the surveillance under FISA orders?
It appears so. I don't want to get too much into those details, but these were intelligence reports. And it brings up a lot of concerns about, whether things were properly minimized or not. But I will tell you, I've only seen some. It's in the dozens. But we don't have the full scope of all the intelligence reports that were produced, or who ordered the unmasking of additional names. And we're hoping to get that. Yes.
Are you saying the surveillance, if it wasn't related to Russia or anything like that, are you saying that it was political surveillance of political opponents, as the President has suggested in his tweets?
What I've read bothers me, and I think it should bother the President himself and his team, because I think some of it seems to be inappropriate. But like I said, until we get all the information to the committee, it's hard to really say until we see it in its totality.
Mr. Chairman,
yes, sir.
We knew that there was some incidental collection because Lieutenant General Michael Flynn was caught up talking with Sergei Kislyak.
Right.
Does this go beyond that, and does this qualify as the sort of wiretapping that the President was tweeting about?
Well, it definitely goes beyond what happened to General Flynn. Now, of course, we don't actually know yet officially what happened to General Flynn. We just know that his name leaked out, but we don't know how it was picked up yet. That's one of the things that we asked for in our March 15th letter, was for the NSA, CIA, and FBI to get us all the unmasking that was done. And I'll tell you, NSA is being cooperative, but so far the FBI has not told us whether or not they're going to respond to our March 15th letter, which is now a couple weeks old.
And again, does this seem to describe what the President was talking about? What he was talking about, quote, wiretapping, which they then said was broader surveillance?
What I've read seems to me to be some level of surveillance activity, perhaps legal, but I don't know that it's right, and I don't know that the American people would be comfortable with what I've read, but let us get all the reports.
The President was correct in what he tweeted?
It is possible.
Chairman,
yes, sir.
The President said that President Obama tapped his phones.
No. That did not happen. I've said this for many weeks, including the day after, a couple days after, in front of the press. That never happened. So that never happened.
Did President Obama order any kind of surveillance of the President?
Well,
the President-elect?
we don't know who sent the taskings. If the taskings were changed into what went into these intelligence reports, but we're going to try to find that out.
Congressman, did you have permission to put out this information today? Did the Justice Department give you the okay to talk about this?
Justice Department doesn't have anything to do with this.
So
this is information that was brought to me that I thought the President needed to know about incidental collection, where the President himself and others in the Trump transition team were clearly put into intelligence reports that ended up at this White House and across a whole bunch of other agencies. And I thought it was important for the president to know this. That's why I briefed the speaker this morning, and I came down here as soon as I could.
Chairman,
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Congressman.
Hold on, yes,
How
sir.
many people are you seeing in these reports, and do any of them currently work at the White House for Mr. Trump?
Yeah, well, I don't want to get into the specifics of it because, look, I was only able to see a few dozen, of which I think a lot of it does have foreign intelligence value. So let's not.
Reports or people?
There were dozens of reports that I was able to see that we're hoping that the NSA, FBI, CIA will provide, because I know they exist, so I want them to provide them to our committee so that all the members have an opportunity to see what I've been shown.
Chairman,
Yes, sir, right here.
what did the president tell you after you briefed him about it?
I think the president is concerned, and he should be. I think he'd like to see these reports, and I'd hopefully when we get them, hopefully they'll get them to the White House also.
Chairman, do you believe the president appropriately used the word wiretapping? Was it used correctly in his tweets based on the information that you have seen?
Well, look, I think the wiretapping, if you use it generally, like the president has said, he clearly, used it differently than what I think a lot of people took it, which was, did Obama actually wiretap Trump Tower, which we know didn't happen. I think the president's been pretty clear on that.
But the physical act of wiretapping, do you see anything in the information?
No, and I said that on day 2 after.
Chairman, can you rule out the possibility that senior Obama administration officials were involved in this?
No, we cannot.
Chairman, given that you have said there was a FISA warrant which would have been approved by a judge, are you concerned that essentially you're saying members of the Trump team were in contact with people who were the target of a counterintelligence or some form of investigation?
No, I think you'd be. No, this would be. I think you're reading too much into that. What this is normal intelligence reporting. It's just normal intelligence reporting. The question is should he himself or others, should they have been put into these reports? And I don't know the answer to that yet, but we're going to try to get to the bottom of it.
So your issue is the unmasking, not that there was this monitoring.
Well, there's 2 issues here. Okay, there's additional unmasking of names, which I think is totally inappropriate. But we have to get to I don't know how many names were unmasked, but I know there were additional unmaskings that occurred. And then you have the issue of the names that were put into these intelligence reports that we have to get to the bottom of, and this is why we sent the letter 2 weeks ago. We need a response to it.
Mr. Chairman, can I just clarify and ask 3 things? Are you suggesting that Mr. Trump's communications are in those reports, first? Second, are you saying that you're concerned enough that this would trigger a different, separate investigation? And third, why did you not discuss this with the ranking member before you came to the White House?
So yes, no, and I'm going to be meeting with Mr. Schiff at some point to talk about where we go with this investigation. But I had to brief the speaker first, and then I had to talk to the CIA director, the NSA director, and I'm waiting to talk to the FBI director because he still has not told us how he's going to get us this information. Then I went and talked to all of you, not you yourselves, but those of you who exist over at the Congress, and then I voted, and then I said I was coming here to brief the president, and I'll be glad to talk to
clarify,
others later.
Mr. Trump's communications, you believe, are in the reports that were
Incidental-
acquired by FISA. You're concerned enough about it, but you're not calling for additional investigation.
Well, we are investigating it.
You just said
Yeah.
no. You said no.
No, incidental, well, because we're already investigating. We're not opening a new investigation,
You
it's
said it has
part
nothing
of.
to do with Russia, and you're folding this into your investigation.
Well, because it has to deal with the unmasking of names and whether or not all this was gathered properly.
So, an ongoing investigation, you thought it was appropriate to come and talk to the
Well,
president about it?
Just remember, we have had an ongoing investigation into Russia for a very, very long time and all of their activities. So, we have the scoping document of the Russian investigation, and we will continue to investigate anything and everything else that might be caught up in this, because clearly we are concerned about what ends up in intelligence products, why, and whether or not there was unmasking. I'm going to have to get back to the Capitol here.
Communications were in fact monitored. Can you say what he was communicating about or who he was
No,
communicating with?
No, I can't get into that.
You
I'm
also
sorry.
said that somebody brought you this information very recently. Can you tell us who brought you this information?
Well, I
and why they brought it?
I can tell you this, that We've been asking for people to come forward, and they came through the proper channels. They had the proper clearances, and I'm just going to leave it at that because we have to protect people who came forward in the right manner and got the information.
To be clear here,
I'm not even going to say it's one person.
you talk about this being collected incidentally, but you say it has nothing to do with Russia. Are you suggesting that these communications could have been collected incidentally as part of a criminal investigation, a criminal warrant?
No.
So how do you believe?
No, because I read what I was in the dozens of reports I was able to see. I was able to determine that it looks like it was legal collection, incidental collection, that then made it itself into intelligence report. So it has to deal with FISA, and there's multiple number of FISA warrants that are out there, but there's nothing criminal at all involved. Okay, guys, I gotta hold on. I gotta take one more question. I'm sorry.
Was it information that was looked at in real time, or was it information that was collected, held, stored, and then allowed to be looked at later?
It was fairly quickly from what I've seen, but we have to. Once we get the reports, then we can ask more questions of the agencies that produce the reports.
If it was legal collection, what is it that you find inappropriate about it? And are you attempting to give the president for his wiretapping claim?
Because the reason that we do this, and we have all these procedures in place, is to protect American citizens who are incidentally collected. And so there's certain thresholds that have to be met to make it into foreign intelligence products. If something else happened where it appears to me like there were things that maybe they didn't meet the minimum qualifications, I don't know, but there are things to me that don't reach the level of foreign intelligence value. And if that's the case, you have to ask yourself, why did those end up in reports?
But just to clarify, this is not intentional spying on Donald Trump or anybody in his.
I have no idea. We won't know that.
Well, you said this
we won't know that until we get to the bottom of did people ask for the unmasking of additional names within President-elect's transition team.
But you said legal and incidental. That doesn't sound
like
a
so
proactive effort to spy.
I would refer you to. We had a similar issue with members of Congress that were being picked up in incidental collection a little over a year ago. We had to spend a full year working with the DNI on the proper notification for members of Congress to be notified, which comes through the Gang of Eight. And I would refer you to that because it looks very, very similar.
And guys, we're going to jump back in here. We're jumping over to what is next, which is a statement from Secretary of State Rex Tillerson. We're going to try to bring that to you before wrapping it up today.
I'm gonna have to get going, guys. I have to get and vote. Thank you.
Who would have access to those unmasked names? Just to be clear, would it just be people within the intelligence community, or?
We don't know that yet, because we don't know who did the unmasking and then who it would have been disseminated to.
Right.
When again?
All right, thank you, guys.
The
I don't know. I assume I'm gonna be fine with the health care bill, so I probably don't have to talk to him for a while. He has to talk to others. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Let the door, please. Folks, guys, can't see them going.
All right. Thank you. Thanks for clearing that stuff.
Yeah, I do. I also appreciate it. I didn't realize it was coming out. And all of a sudden we were like, yeah, thank you.
You got your question.
Anyway, so
You got wireless. Wireless.
Yeah, I grew up in Evanston. Well, these whole things are right up against the border. Interesting. When you good school
Sorry. Can't do this. Timing doesn't work. I apologize profusely. I'm sorry you're all waiting up here, but
is it postponed or just canceled?
Can't do it. So you can cancel the press.
Mark, why? Can you give us an explanation?
Sure. We're pulling down the press camera strike. Sorry, scheduling doesn't work.
Why is that? Can you explain to us?
No, you guys got the flags.
Does anyone know why this
All right, guys, it looks like that media veil is dispersing. Something happened with that, so we're going to bring you out of that, but that's going to wrap it up today. I want to say thanks so much for watching, guys. I'm Molly Nevola here. We're going to be doing this midday for you guys. Live news, live events, trending, breaking stuff, anything. And let us know what you want to see. Let us know what you think. Chat with us along on our YouTube channel. I see some of you guys are already doing that, so thanks. That's our handle. That's our hashtag for now. And you can join us here daily with that. I'm excited to see you guys again and bring you more breaking, trending news here in Washington. That's going to be do it for me. So we're going to fade it out. Thanks for watching, guys.